And here we go. Check out show with my co-host, International Master Casa Corley. Casa, how are you doing today?
What's going on, Matt? Good to see you. Hope you had a great weekend. I know I did. I did a little bit of champagning and campaigning. I went to the Met. They had some cool Uniqlo Met event where there was some DJing and some. There was just good vibes all the way around. So I had a really good weekend.
Dude, you fancy, huh? All right, we hit up the Met with some champagne this weekend. I went back in time this weekend. I went to my old college town, my old stomping grounds at University of Georgia with my girlfriend. It was our first time visiting. I got to walk down some memory lanes. We played some chess. My old chess club, and got to like go to a show and have some good food, and it was an awesome weekend. But I'm glad to be back in the PCL arena. We had an awesome week of chess that I can't wait to dive into.
Yeah, I mean, a lot has changed. The teams are narrowing. I had to say a goodbye to my. I had to say goodbye to a few teams. We'll get into that a bit later. But I guess. Let's maybe start with our puzzle and also welcome our guest. So, Matt, why don't you take that away?
I would love to. I'm so excited about our guest today. So, I met our guest through an event you guys might have heard about called Mogul Chess Boxing Championship. Ludwig approached me to get involved, helping participants get coached up, get ready to chess box, and then I got to commentate the event. And one of the first coaching sessions and collaborations I did was with ChessBrah. And our guest for today, Grandmaster Aman Hambleton, who ended up winning by knockout, one of the only knockouts that we had of the night, over Lawrence Trent in that event. So we're going to bring on our guest, Aman. Now, Aman, can you hear us?
I can. What's up, guys?
Awesome. Yeah, not much. About to dive into some PCL, but how's your day going? How's your weekend? How's your stream?
Man, it's good. First of all, I think Casa, you and I just somehow haven't met, but nice to meet you virtually there, bro.
Yeah, it's really bizarre, but you know, we've been in the same place more times than probably either of us can count.
Yeah.
I mean, even as recently as November, you were playing in Charlotte. I was playing the same tournament. I think you've been to Reykjavik a few times, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
You know,
it just happens like that in chess. You like play the same tournaments, but you don't always get to chat to everyone. So nice to catch up. It's great to see you again, Matt. You know, very positive memories on my end from our last interactions. So we just need more Matt interactions, and my life will be better.
I can see why, man. I tuned into a ChessBrah stream a few days ago and saw your new checkmate animation is your KO, which is so epic. If you haven't been to a ChessBrah stream recently, go check it out. When Aman wins, he taps a button and then you see Lawrence get knocked out. It's so awesome.
We had a KO before, and it essentially was peer pressured. I was peer pressured into updating it.
I can see why. No, it's so super cool. Awesome. And I have to ask before we dive all the way in, since we're on the subject of chess boxing, the last we talked was like about chess boxing specifically was right after your fight, and you're kind of on the fence. You're like, will I do it again? Will I not do it again? And I'm sure you get this question all the time in your chat, but have you considered stepping back in the ring for chess boxing?
Well, considered isn't you're giving me a cop out. I've considered it, so thanks, Matt, for the layup. Yes, I've considered it, but the short answer is no, I wouldn't do it again.
Okay.
And it's just from the aftermath. Like, I feel like my training was more difficult than the fight. Like, I took it pretty seriously, so I was training hard. I was taking a lot of hits in training, and like that part of it was really grueling. But honestly, my head hurts after doing it, plain and simple. Like, I got more headaches than usual, not gonna lie. So I don't think I'll be doing it again.
Brain trauma is a thing in our sport. It is absolutely a thing, and you use your brain for a living. You entertain, you think, you explain, and I totally understand and respect that. And I'm glad that we got one moment in the arena to see you do your thing, and it's a good one to retire on. So
Yeah, let's be real. I mean, it wasn't much of a contest. There was clearly decided advantages borne out there in a very short period of time, and I mean, were you surprised, honestly? Because of course, when you go into, you have preparation and you basically you put in good prep. You've done the training and the workout in the training camp. But like, were you surprised at how decided it really was?
Well, I think a lot of the matches on the cards were kind of put together because if it wasn't supposed to be dead even, they were supposed to be a parity or a balance between how good someone was at one thing versus how bad they were at another. So it's like a better chess player might be, thought of to be the worst boxer. And I think in my matchup, I don't think I'm a big favorite in chess, but you can't not say that I am a favorite. So I'm definitely a favorite in the chess. But then I think it was just this like misconception or this understanding that I was not the favorite in boxing because that would even things up in people's heads. And I just never bought into that. I thought it was, I don't know, a toss up. I mean, I don't think Lawrence is like super actively doing like chess boxing every single day that I'd be at a massive disadvantage. And I knew that I was going to take it seriously. So I thought anything could happen in the boxing, but I was more eager to prove it in the boxing side than the chess. So I don't know, wasn't too surprised because I knew the chess would go well and it did, which was nice. And then on the boxing side, I thought anything could happen, and I definitely had confidence in my own, training camp. So not too surprised.
Yeah, and I was buying into the hype too of like Lawrence has been training in Berlin where chess boxing was founded for years, and this is going to be a mismatch in the ring. And as soon as I saw your sparring footage and I saw you get rocked and come back from it, I was like, I don't think it's going to be as easy as everyone thinks. I think it might be a little different, and it was. But I digress. We have a lot of chess to dive into. And before we do, we are doing another giveaway for Chess.com Diamond memberships. You can get 3 months for free with the highest tier of membership on Chess.com. And all you need to do is highlight a message in the Moving with Matt chat. So if you're over at ChessBrah, just come over, highlight a message. That gets you entered. And we have a few points where we'll open it up for people to respond to some of the snippets, some of the more or less puzzles that are coming from the PCL this week. If you end up highlighting your answer with the right answer for the puzzle, that gets you extra entries. So we'll be giving away some memberships. You can win those just by highlighting a message in chat. And are you guys ready to dive in?
Yeah, by the way, that's what they call incentivizing in show business. So,
that's right.
That's what we just did there.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely ready to dive in. Last week we had a puzzle that was, I think, pretty tricky. This week I tried to dial it back ever so slightly, but I'm hoping that we're going to have a palatable audience with some answers that are very workable. So here we are. This position is black to move, and as you can see, white's up. White has some threats. So one of the things we talk about, right, when we're looking at positions, is we talk about checks, captures, threats. We've mentioned that in the past. We talk about counting material. Also, there was this element that Deepak actually brought up our guest host last week, which was urgency, and the idea that essentially sometimes when it's the other side to move and they're threatening a checkmate or they have a myriad of different checks, you really have to operate with real urgency. So this problem right here, in many respects, is challenging that. And so we can kind of talk through it while maybe our audience has a chance to kind of work things out. But the first thing that I would look at or consider is one thing I always do first is actually counting the material. So just as a sanity check. So because in a puzzle, you either are up material or checkmating at the end, one or the other. And I see that I have 2 rooks for the queen, and the knights kind of offset each other, and I have a bishop, but that they have 5 pawns for that bishop and a pawn a7 that's about to queen. So I can kind of determine, right, Aman, that like I'm probably not winning material here. That's probably not going to be my salvation here. So
Yeah, that's a great way to start off the puzzle, is like already tell yourself what kind of puzzle it's not going to be.
exactly. So I'm going to look and say, you know what, this is probably not a me winning material thing. So I'm going to look in another direction and already consider, okay, maybe this is like a checkmating dynamic. And when you're looking for moves, I highly encourage folks always to go checks, captures, threats in that order, because it's typically the likelihood of that type of move being the actual move that's correct. And again, if we're considering urgency, Matt, right, we're definitely going to consider our checks first. And that's normally how you're able to string together, a sequence that might be kind of workable. So where are you at, Matt? I see you stewing over there.
Yeah, I'm trying to study this puzzle. So we that urgency piece is what's ringing in my head, and so we need to make moves that force action. So I'm looking at this check on the back rank. I'm looking at this eventual discover check on the H file, and I'm trying to see, depending on where the king moves after this first check, where I would move and what possible responses are. So I'm trying to assess exactly what you said. Checks first. King safety is an issue for white, and what I can do about that. Am I on the right track?
We're getting warmer. This is like Marco Polo, where Marco Polo, like we're getting very, very close. So Rook D1 actually is the only first check, right? So that already it's like a gimme. You can I look at that, and then King H2 is the only response, that the only escape square that white has, right? Is this king coming H2, and then that's where the secret sauce is. In that position, what are the checks at your disposal there that actually can give you can get you closer to that solution? And one thing I'd say is, a lot of times it's actually acknowledging the possibilities. So in that position after King H2, identify all the possible checks there, and you'll find one you really like. So I would challenge Aman. I know you probably have saw this a few minutes ago.
Right.
But I would challenge our audience, and I challenge you, Matt, as well. Identify all the checks after Rook D1, King H2, and one of them is actually correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
Yeah. So for those in chat that are also trying to figure this out, go ahead and load up your responses now. So we got a few preemptive solutions. Don't look at chat yet. Maybe just type in your own, and when I say go, throw it in chat with a highlight for your chance to win. So the response that I'm looking at is right here, and the reason being is it discover checks, and it sets up for afterwards the only move that the king is going to have is to this G3 square. And with my knight here, I can jump into other checks again. I can keep this check train going.
I'm going to stop you for 1 second, because you've identified actually a very legitimate, dangerous discovered check. My challenge to you, before you even decide to pick a path, is identify all the possibilities. Even if you get it wrong, you will have identified the possibilities, and that is half the battle. So my challenge to you is, after Rook D1, King H2, what are the checks that exist there? You've identified one, Knight F4 check.
Yeah.
What other checks exist after King H2 besides Knight F4?
We'll exhaust the knight movements, right? So we also have F6. We also have G3. Mm-hmm. And then we also have this sneaky Rook H1 move.
Oh.
Which I'm thinking might lead some interesting places, but we'll get there. And then we also have this bishop to E5 move. I don't love this one because this knight kind of reigns on that parade.
Now you've identified the possibilities. You just rule stuff out. You rule stuff out, and you will land on something you like, and that's how it works.
Yep. If I'm playing in a blitz game, I'm probably coming to the square. If I have time to assess an interesting puzzle, I'm gonna calculate what this H1 move does and see what happens after. So we are forced to take it. So the king does have to move back. He can't move here. He's still in check. He can't move here because of the knight. So now this rook is gone, and we have the king on H1, essentially in the same position. And the follow up here, go ahead and submit your answer if you have the answer, because I think I have the answer.
He's got the answer, folks. I think we've got the answer, folks.
Okay.
And Aman, you want to finish us off there in that variation?
Let's do it.
Matt has gotten us right to the finish line.
Yeah, no, with pleasure. You guys are giving me the fun part.
The alley-oop.
It looks like you're walking into one of the most pleasant things to uncork in chess, which is knight g3 check and double check, which really means the only response to a move like that is a king move, and the only square that remains safe is going to be g1. And then if we're exhausting our checks in that position as well, I'll probably consider a knight e2 for a millisecond and a millisecond only, and land on rook h1.
Good man, good man. And that's how you essentially are able to clinically solve problems. Because here's the thing, this is the really amazing thing, is knight f4 is actually a freaking awesome check. I mean, that looks like a really dangerous discovery check. But the thing is because you didn't consider all of the options there, you might have never looked back at rook h1 and been like, oh, this isn't working. And so that's kind of the thing that I think happens to a lot of people is it's almost like a quarterback staring down their receiver, and they just stare down that receiver and then all of a sudden they throw an interception because they're literally staring that guy down. They don't make any secondary reads. And then you have this problem. By the way, I'm sorry, Aman. I don't know if you're an NFL guy, but sometimes these sports analogies can
oh yeah, big sports guy, any sport. So I'm right there with you.
So yes, just avoiding the stare down and essentially seeing all your options. That's one thing that can help you. Another thing that can help you is typically in tactics. It's kind of an unfortunate thing about tactics sometimes that's unrealistic to games. Is a lot of times there's only one. If the other side has more than one option, it's typically not that viable. And so we got to this position. You said knight f4 check king g3, and you were mentioning knight e2. And all of a sudden, this king has more squares. It has f3. It has g4. And typically, when the king or the defending side has several of these options, it almost doesn't smack past the sniff test because you realize, I'm actually not. I'm probably not there if they have all this plethora of choice. Whereas what we did was only move, and that normally is another way to kind of, basically find solutions. Sometimes you find your way through the jungle there. So that's a little bit of a gimmicky way to kind of help yourself out. But Aman, it's the truth, right? If we're keeping it real, that's kind of how it works sometimes.
Yeah, you have to. There are obviously good things that you can use, tools to help you that are a little more fundamental in nature, but you also have to gamify it a little bit because it is a problem solving type of exercise. So any way that you can cut corners there will obviously be beneficial. I think that this puzzle actually has a little bit of a red herring, like bishop e5 definitely strikes me as a really natural move because it may indeed lose the bishop, but it wins the queen. And I think that's like an easy move to, if I'm going to get this wrong, it's going to be because I fell into that.
Yeah, really good point there, because you do win the queen, but then there's this a7 pawn just lurking in the background, and a8 queen wins the rook. The funny thing about it is actually, I noticed someone in our chat also mentioned this bishop e5 move, and it only fails because white can actually block with f4, which is kind of, yeah, G3? Well, actually, no, it's not actually, no, they also can play g3. I stand corrected.
But they can't
It fails
take it.
for multiple reasons, but the point is that it is actually, if you imagine that the queen wasn't on b7, and it is, you could imagine tossing it in and then going rook h1. But yeah, the queen is on b7, so queen takes h7 is an issue. So,
God, what a cool puzzle!
Interesting puzzle. I'm trying to get us sauced up a little bit before these games. A little bit more
it's a good appetizer.
Professionally inclined, so you get to these games. This doesn't come up all that often, but we do have some interesting chess coming up. So let's just get into it.
Let's do it. And as Casa pulls that up, so just quick shout outs, people that got it right in chat. Not Bunglet, Thunder Mullet, great job. You get an extra 5 entries. The people that guessed, you get 1 entry. And then just a reminder for those chatting, not highlighting a message, you got to highlight the message to get the entry to win the chess.com Diamond membership. So just a reminder to go to the bottom right, select highlight my message, and that's what we go back through and calculate the entries for.
And Matt, I noticed Bunglet's answer, just reading his submission. He's from my chat, so we have to be a little tougher on him. I see rook DH1 was part of his line, and the D is actually a superfluous there. So perhaps we have to invalidate that answer.
Aman calling out his chatter. Yeah, okay.
You know what's funny?
Fair. That's true.
We actually mentioned on a previous stream, Aman, about chess literacy and how important it is, because when you talk about visualization, a lot of visualization actually does come in the form of having good chess literacy. So I kind of respect that you're being kind of a stickler for that, because it will help you in the long run, folks. Your board is trying to help you in the long run. Be grateful for that attention to detail.
I love it.
So we'll remove Bunglet, and that helps you in the long run.
Okay. Yeah. The short-term pain, long-term gain there. You still get 1 entry, but not the extra 5. And you can enter multiple times. So if you want to highlight more messages, guess in more future snippets, do your thing, and we'll calculate at the end. So without further ado, let's dive into the rest.
All right, so we're, as usual, we're just taking snippets from the matches that kind of told the story of what happened in the match. And of course, we had 16 teams play each other in week 3. Aman, you are a member of the you're a manager, and I'm kind of an honorary member of the ChessBrah's roster, even though you're not playing on the team. I mean, you are the ultimate ChessBrah here. So we're gonna get into the ChessBrah matchup shortly, and we're gonna go in order of kind of the top of the table. Your boys took an L last week to the Yogis, and we're featuring the Yogis first today, because I actually predicted the Yogis would beat the ChessBrahs. And the reason I was so impressed with the Yogis a few weeks ago when they first came on my radar is the strength of their board 4. A lot of people, unfortunately, know Vaishali as Prague's sister, but she's an incredible chess player in her own right, and she's getting more and more attention and notoriety for her play. And I think I had to actually show 2 snippets from her games, Matt, even though normally we're only showing 1, because she was that brilliant this past week. And it was a 2-0 matchup between the Yogis and the Levitov Chess Wizards, and the Yogis came on top again in large part because of her play. Now, if a board 4 is consistently scoring at least 2 points, you're going to win most of your matches, because it means you have no weak links. And so the first snippet we're actually looking at is coming from a game between Vaishali was black against Daniil Dubov, who is worldwide known for his sparkling chess play. And if you look at this position, the material is equal, but it's actually not an equal position. And actually, since we have on here with us,
yeah, I definitely like Vaishali's position here, and it's a little counterintuitive because White's king is actually closer to the center of the board, which I would say is like one of the first things that you kind of look at. Like, if White's king's on h1 and Black's king's in the middle, I would say that, I really prefer Black's position. But White's king is on e2 and Black's is not in the middle, and yet I still prefer Black. So there's definitely even more trump cards, so to speak. And I mean, the elephant in the room is definitely the knight on c1, which is effectively trapped. We can say that for the moment here, as it doesn't have a single move. So just the quality of the individual pieces compared to their counterparts, you can kind of give Black like a small edge in most categories, like knight on f6 and knight on f3 are pretty balanced. But the knight on d7 with the prospect of maybe knight c5, and controlling the center much better than the counterpart on c1. Bishop on d5, I would say, is a bit better than the bishop on d3, just more centralized, more scope, longer diagonals. And bishop on e7 and the bishop on h4 are fairly balanced, but I like the bishop in the center of the board. It's hitting both sides on a3 and the d8 h4 diagonal, whereas bishop on h4 is really performing one task, just kind of hitting the knight. And I guess you could say that I put all that together, and I definitely slightly prefer black, but not to the point where I'm saying black should win this.
Right. So I would totally concur with basically most, if not all, of what Aman said. Really, what it comes down to is the slightly better black minor pieces. Again, this knight c1, as pointed out, is very weak. In addition to that, though, it's also space. And so black has a little bit more space on the queen side with a6, b5. That space matters in openings, middle games, and even end games. And so that space can tell a little bit of a story because it means that black is carving out a little bit more real estate on the queen side. And then we talk about the bishop pair and how important bishops are. Matt, I've basically done this soliloquy a few weeks in a row now where I'm telling you bishops are better than knights in most cases. It's usually the case. And already we see bishops that are potentially a little bit vulnerable. And so I normally take a position where it's like white to move and win or black to move and win. But I think it's really instructive to see how Vaishali just outplayed our opponent here with a series of really, really precise moves. So just check out the sequence. So first, Vaishali started with g5. Really money type of move. Because even though you're kind of pushing the bishop to a potentially interesting diagonal, you're carving out more space on the king side. So just like there's some space advantage on the queen side happening, now there's something happening on the king side. The bishop moves. Then knight e4, targeting that bishop on g3, making Dubov think about that bishop pair. And again, the bishop pair is a major asset in all types of positions, and maybe even potentially opening up this bishop to target the weak, unprotected b2 pawn. All right, the bishop moves. Dubov knows about the bishop pair, so he's like, nah, you're not getting that. Then the bishop comes, attacks the b2 pawn. That's very annoying because that knight on c1 will also be hit if the b pawn moves. So bishop b2 is a real threat. So the knight blocks. Then knight c5, hitting another bishop, right? Don't want to give up the bishop pair, so thought about moving it, but realized, you know what? The g2 pawn is also a problem. So instead, f3 is played, saying, you know what? I actually think I have to give you that bishop. And then knight e5, saying, you know what? I'm actually not going to take the bishop right now. I'm actually going to look at some of these squares on the queen side, massage that c4 square. If my knight comes to c4, b2 and a3 are a little bit soft, right? Bishop moves. Knight c4 comes in, attacking both of those pawns. Pawn on b2 moves, and now knight takes a3. And this is really, really amazing power play. This is hanging, but the knight on d4 that's protecting the bishop on c2 is also loose. So if b takes c5, was not played, but if b takes c5, bishop takes d4, and all of a sudden, black's ultimately going to win that pawn and likely the game with two connected passes on the outside as a result of a position like this. And these pawns really effectively blockaded by the light squared bishop. We're not going to look at this whole game and analyze every single move, but the power play, this is straight up power play. Tempo after g5, tempo with knight e4, tempo with bishop f6, tempo with knight c5. It's really hard to do it that many moves in a row. Like it's extremely impressive in a position where you're not even attacking the king. You're just creating threats, massaging those squares on the queen side that ultimately Dubov actually gave up the a3 pawn and wound up losing this endgame. And it went on for a much longer period of time. I'll zip through the moves relatively quickly, but eventually some trades came off, a second pawn was won, and eventually Vaishali took the game after more maneuvering, more maneuvering. Actually, I wonder why Dubov played on this long. If it was a classical game, he definitely would have resigned earlier. My only question is maybe I can make him prove a knight bishop mate. And the reason I point that out actually is because I actually saw you mate with Knight and Bishop in November, Aman. I actually remember that game because I have a little confession to make. I've never tried to learn it. It's really kind of crazy to say that out loud, but I get rid of my knights like hot pockets. I don't have knights in the end game. I never have knights, dude. Like, so I don't see the need. I've had to defend Rook Bishop, and I defended it successfully to get a GM norm when I didn't know how to do that. So I feel confident I'll be able to figure it out. The knight's got to control the squares, the general gist. And I've heard of this W maneuver. I'll figure it out.
And if you did, I would be impressed, because I, on the contrary, think it's incredibly tough to do without a method already. Like without something already predetermined that you're going for. I think it's unfortunately one of the tougher ones. And we've seen like former world champions fail to do it in games. We've seen like remarkably talented people unable to perform it when it matters. In my game where I did it, I actually got, like, I was forced to do it. It was the only way to win. It wasn't like I promoted to those pieces on purpose to kind of show off. Like, it was actually the natural course of the game, which was pretty cool.
Yeah. So again, there are many things in chess to work on. Knight and Bishop perhaps is one of them. I would contend that it's a largely academic exercise. And a lot of people disagree with that. Like, a lot of armchair generals will be questioning what I'm saying right now. I'm just keeping it all the way 100 with you. I have not tried to learn it, but I've also not come close to having it. So,
right.
It is what it is. Anyway, we didn't actually get the Knight Bishop ending because I think, wait, did we? I thought we did. I thought I saw this game and we didn't get it, but maybe we did. Hold on. What's happening? No, we didn't get it. Vaishali made sure that there was no loss of the H pawn.
The flex is to allow it and then still win. But yeah, I think in a PCL match, that would give too many heart attacks to too many captains.
Indeed, most definitely. So anyway, that's technique at its finest, what Vaishali demonstrated there. And you just don't see this every day against a 2,700 Grandmaster. So very impressive stuff. And a big reason why the Yogis won. She was so good, I had to actually pull out a second example from Vaishali's games. And we'll go over this a little bit quicker.
That last one was so impressive, by the way. Like, just to take a pretty much symmetrical 4 minor piece position against a 2,700 and outplay them in a series of moves is nuts.
Yeah, and again, this tempo generation, it's so hard to create threats that many moves in a row. Like, that's ridiculous. So, just amazing stuff.
Super impressive. And as we transition to the next game, a few shout outs in chat. So one, Casa, you should come back to Twitch. I enjoyed your old chess and tunes. A little shout out in the chat to get Casa back on stream. Oh, and wow. And an important question, where do you watch PCL? So the PCL is being broadcasted by Chess.com on Chess TV, just like this show is. So you can watch it on YouTube, you can watch it through the Chess.com homepage, app, and Twitch during the weekdays when they play. So if you come back tomorrow, it starts a new week, and you can watch the games there. And another plug, in case we have some new viewers, if you want to enter a chance to win a Chess.com Diamond membership, come on over to the stream, highlight a message in chat, that gets you an entry, and we raffle off those memberships at the end of the show. So, Casa, take us away.
Yeah, Tuesday to Friday we have matchups. I mean, that's the really cool thing about the Pro Chess League that I've really enjoyed is that, Monday you get a little primer from us about the week that was, and then Tuesday to Friday, I mean, you have these incredible teams, these incredible players really competing for something, So it's been honestly probably the most exciting chess format I've actually interacted with in a really long time, and I play a little bit of chess, so it's I don't say that lightly. I think it's really fun. I think the format is awesome. I also, I think rapid chess is just way more digestible chess,
Agreed.
Just for the average person. So Highly encourage you to. And then we also, by the way, we get to see amazing players that we wouldn't necessarily see all the time, but who are incredible. Like, not a lot of people. I mean, we had Josephine Heinemann on a few weeks ago when she beat Naka, right? Like, that was awesome. And, that was the greatest moment of her chess life. And how inspiring and how cool is that, So, yeah. Anyways, Vaishali seems to be good at endgames. She had this position against Valentina Gunina, very, very talented grandmaster. It's a funny position because this is not, again, something that's like winning for Black or anything like that. But you can already kind of see the contours of where Black's advantage is. Black has an potential outside passer on the queen side with this 2-on-1 majority. And a nice control of the C file, but it's like, how do you make all of that, bring that all together, make that happen? And her moves from here, again, it was like bang, bang. It was like a bunch of blows, honestly. Like, it was, like we're, doing some chess boxing. I mean, there was like punch after punch after punch. Let's just start seeing some of that sequence. So she started with F5, which is brilliant because it undermines the center a little bit and invites the king toward the middle of the board. If I could draw arrows better, maybe something would happen with my chess. But anyway, E takes F5 was played, and E takes F5 was played. Normally we talk about capturing toward the center, and so I think a lot of people might consider G takes F5 as a move. But the reason E takes F5 is better is because all of a sudden you actually give the king a nice clear route to the D5 square, to the middle, which is pretty sick, and you're actually preserving the integrity of your pawn structure. We talk about pawn islands a lot. Matt, how many pawn islands do we have here after G takes F5?
So for Black, we have three, three collections.
Exactly. And after E takes F5, we have 2. So really just having that understanding to kind of like that E takes F5 is a better move is just good stuff. Rook came in, kind of looking at B7. So Vaishali played B6. And then all of a sudden, the knight repositioned itself from A5, trying to carve out some real estate on the queen side again. And actually, after rook B3, bishop D6, knight B1, and knight B4, pawn number 2 is dropping. And you just see in the last 5 or so moves that Vaishali really improved her pieces and managed to just get more out of the position than White did. And, as we saw in the previous game, when Vaishali wins a pawn, it's a wrap. So the pawn was won. The pieces were traded immediately. So the rooks came off. The knights came off. And the king entered. And I think most people could see here that Black has a very beautiful winning position with the 2 connected pawns. And, even this pawn in a dark square might be a target. But that was hard to see the contours of how Black was going to win this game like about 10 moves ago. And it just, again, goes to show her endgame expertise. Really, really fantastic stuff here. She starts to collect, and then it's kind of like an everything must go sale, at Macy's or wherever you shop for clothes. I mean, everything had to go. Everything did go. And then eventually she even had a pawn left, just like in the previous game that she could make a queen. So Valentina had to throw in the towel. So extremely impressive. Extremely impressive. I cannot say it's enough. This 2400, who's honestly probably underrated, just showing her stuff time and time again. Aman, we don't see this level of endgame prowess from young people all the time.
No, it's refreshing, especially because I think I have an appreciation for endgames over the tactical side myself. So this is really cool to see. I think she's getting good players to make strange decisions, and that's surprising and very impressive. Like, she's making them look like they're not who they are. This is Valentina Gunina. This is like Daniel Dubov, and they really don't look like themselves in these endgames. And she's taking something small, and you feel like as soon as there's like one little thing, she turns it into something more. Soon, I think we're gonna be calling Prague Vaishali's brother instead of the other way around.
Hey,
that is so well said and so true. I also have to ask because the Yogis basically they beat the 11 top chess wizards 9.5, 6.5. I think they beat you guys by a similar score. I think it was 8.5, 5.5. There's the 4-0 sweep in the last round. How do you feel about if you see the Yogis a little bit further down the line? Like, how do you feel about that matchup? Because they cleaned your clock a little bit.
Yeah, and it depends which lineups you put forward in the PCL, because some lineups that are like top heavy with a weaker board 4, they get off to an early lead, which is a little bit expected for that type of lineup based on how the pairings go. But then the other team catches up. So we've had that type of lineup in most of our matches. And it means that we have this thing where we get off to an early lead, but sometimes we hold it out. We put some wins together. But even in the ones where we've held out for wins, there's been comebacks happening. So the nature of the lineup that we're putting forward, we're constantly facing comebacks. And anytime we get a lead early on, I'm like, no, it's not safe. Don't feel that way yet. It's not over. And that's what happened against the Yogis. Like, we were up early, like 5.5 to 2.5.
Yeah, my prediction looked bleak.
Basically. Yeah, we were even up 6.5 to 2.5 if you count the in round results, because Magnus won quickly. But then we lost 7 straight games, and it was 9.5 to 6.5. So it's like it can flip just like that. I want to say, like, I'm thinking they're a clear team to look out for, but the team they beat is the team we're playing next, the Wizards. Like, that team was frightening to me. There's only GMs on that roster.
Crazy. It's really remarkable. And yeah, that thing about leads not being safe even within a match is really important, because as you mentioned with the pairings, right? Like, board 1 plays board 4 in the first round, and so the even matchups as far as board versus board actually happen in round 3 and round 4, and that's when the kind of the comebacks do happen sometimes. Exactly. So really important to point out. All right, the next matchup was between 2 more 2-0 teams going into this week, which was the Gotham Knights and the Shanghai Tigers. I was actually singing the praises of the Shanghai Tigers for a few weeks because they had this balance, particularly in board 4, where Zhu Wenjun was doing similar work as Vaishali. And just let's not get it twisted, Zhu Wenjun is one of the great players in the world today. So, to see her kind of just destroying people on board 4 is really impressive as well. Or maybe she was on board 3 one game. Anyways,
this match. Zhu Wenjun was board 2.
Okay, so I'm mistaken. I recall she was putting in work.
She definitely was. It doesn't matter what board you find her on. She's just as strong.
Ridiculous. And they also had some real balance in the team. I mean, of course, people know Wei Yi, but I think Li Yiping was also on the roster doing some stuff. They were a team that was extremely impressive and having matches that weren't close. Strangely enough to me, the Knights destroyed the Tigers, and I mean absolutely destroyed. This match was 9-3, and we'll get into this in terms of fantasy, Matt and Aman, because we had in our fantasy predictions, one of the over-unders was 5.5 for match victory, and I took the under, thinking that's like an obvious under. No one's going to lose by more than 5.5, and there were 2 teams this week that got blitzed and lost by 6. So that's hard to do. So so what happened? I think this game was really the story of the match for me, at least, because Nakamura did what Nakamura things. And this position here, you have a white to move, and black has just played this move, bishop h6. So bishop h6, connecting the rooks, which you usually want to do in chess, and also inviting this trade of this bishop here. And Naka did something that was extremely impressive. I mean, this sequence was extremely instructive, Matt. And I think what it boils down to is essentially, if I could distill it, would be, deciding which piece is better here. Do you like this bishop on f4 better or this bishop on h6? I think a lot of people would maybe have a tricky time of it deciding which piece is better. But I'll actually ask you, Aman, which bishop do you find to be more attractive right now? The bishop on f4 or the bishop on h6?
Well, as a world-renowned London player, I'll always be partial to the bishop on f4. But I definitely think there's it's easier sometimes when the bishop on f4 is attacking something. So like on the h2 to b8 diagonal, if there are targets there, it's easier for players to say, oh yeah, it's good because it's attacking something. Whereas it's harder when there's nothing on the diagonal to appreciate its strength, because you're like, well, it's actually not attacking it, it's not doing anything. When that's the actual argument that I would use for the bishop on f4, is that it controls b8 and c7, and it's remarkably annoying for a castled king on the queen side, for either side, to have their b1 or b8 square controlled by a piece, and it's usually a bishop. It's just so frustrating because it keeps your king sort of central, and you can never hide in the corner. So I think that alone would be enough of a reason for me to want to keep my bishop.
Yeah, and I think, Matt, that's basically what we're kind of getting at here is like, trading pieces is fine and good, all well and good, but this bishop actually is better than the 1h6 just because it's exerting a little bit more influence on that diagonal and towards the black king. And so a lot of times when you're trading, you're thinking about piece quality, and not every trade is a fair trade, even if it's an equal trade. And so just thinking about that's really valuable. And Nakamura not only thought about it, he executed it because the moves here are just really cool. So he starts with bishop h2, backing that bishop up, keeping the control there. And black decides, okay, I'm actually going to get rid of this bishop now and play bishop takes d2. And I think part of the thinking here was to initiate a series of trades. So maybe to, after a recapture, queen takes d2, playing rook e8 and challenging on the e file and maybe trading a little bit more. That's at least how I could try to justify it. But Nakamura played king takes d2. And I just think that's the coolest thing ever because, there's a board full of pieces here and you just recaptured the king. I mean, what's that about? And the funny thing is he maintains control of the file, and because the queen is actually protecting the knight, knight e4 check doesn't win material, which would absolutely win material if the queen was unprotected. So it's just one of these, like, it's such a troll type of move. It's like, it feels like a bong cloud type of move to me, but it's actually a great move. So then black played knight b6, trying to maybe give the king a little bit of real estate, but also trying to get the knight active, looking at the c4 square. And instead of just moving the king back, which I think most people would do, he's like, nah, we're going to play b3. And this knight is what I would affectionately call an Alekhine knight, which means it's not going anywhere ever again, basically. And the Alekhine, this knight, a lot of the times will get kicked around and eventually land on b6. Don't play the Alekhine if you don't like looking at knights on b6, because you see it all the time. And now you have a real problem where this bishop is a monster, this knight is ineffectual, and the rook is on open file. And then it's just a demolition job the rest of the way. Knight e8, not a pretty move. Rook e5. More domination threats generated here. Bishop g5 is a threat. Rook d1 and trying to invade on the e file. Invades anyway. An exchange of bishops, which is kind of for knight, which is kind of surprising. You say this bishop is so good, why would you exchange it? Well, because there's more threats coming. And again, we saw Vaishali, we're seeing Nakamura now. It seems like every move is a threat. And eventually the house just collapsed. And again, the king is harassed and go back. Why don't you? Now I'm good. I'm going to go to c3 because my king is very nicely snug here. And once the rooks came in, it was a wrap. And ultimately, the last move was king d2, which I think is kind of poetic. Here, black resigned because we have rook b8 check, which would be a mate. And if the knight moves, then there's rook takes a7 mate. So just picturesque to me. I mean, just a quick instant replay again. Not trading the bishop and then recapturing the king and then playing b3. I mean, that was like really amazing power play to me. And it's just not, these aren't geometrical concepts you see every day. So pretty cool stuff. I mean, have you seen king takes d2 being the best move in a position? When was the last time you saw that, Aman?
Yeah, the thing is, like, king takes d2 is also in place of extremely logical looking moves, both rook takes and queen takes. So I think it's more impressive because of that. Like he had a real choice between a bunch of good looking moves, and it's easier to convince yourself that the strange one is not the correct one when there are so many other ones that look good and you've seen before. So I think it's even more impressive because of that. I can't really think of the last time king takes was used as well as this, because he didn't take and go back like you said. He took on d2 and he was comfortable. Like he played b3 and he made that the new home.
Yeah, and again, I think the other thing to point out, which I actually neglected to, is the queen has such a nice diagonal here with the bishop. So, really he just didn't want to distract from the domination of that diagonal, which I think kind of proved the point of just how valuable your London bishop is. Matt, are you playing the London? Because this wasn't a London, but this is a really good marketing for the London bishop.
Yeah, I'd say so. So I play the London, and I played it through my chess boxing career because it basically guaranteed a mid to late game, so I could get a little bit more time in the ring. And so I played a lot of London, and I'm learning the Stonewall now, which I really love as both black and white. And that was thanks to our guest last week. Shout out to Deepak Aaron, who's been showing me the ways of the Stonewall Dutch.
Hey, what's funny is because, I could definitely, try to rip either of those openings a little bit. But the truth is what you guys are saying about those openings are 100% the case, which is that you're almost guaranteed in a way to get a kind of a middle game that's kind of like rich and strategic, and like at the end of the day is not going to kind of fizzle the way that we see a lot of these hyper correct openings, objectively correct openings we see happening. Even no one is blowing you off the board with theory and a Stonewall. I mean, that's just not really happening. And in the London, people try and they try and they try, and people know you're playing the London, right, Aman? And how often do you really come under pressure, in the opening? So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so it's really real. I mean, it's the London is I can't say I played it too many times myself, but the times I've played it, it's proved to be a useful tool in the toolkit, we'll say. So anyway, so those were the 2-0 matchups. The Knights again, they won 9-3 against the Knights, or against the Tigers. I mean, that's an insane score. So yeah.
I mean, to not even need the extra round is really that's the statement. It's like the final score could even be somehow like worse looking than that if you add in like a 4-0 type of final round and like a slightly different score. But I think the fact that you didn't even need 4 rounds is what tells the story there.
Yeah, an actual mercy rule.
Yeah.
Because like if you think about it, right? So yeah. All right. Anyways, next we had some of our 1-1 matchups. This was one position I thought that was pretty interesting because this actually went right down to the wire. This is between the Norway Gnomes and the Brazil Capybaras. The Gnomes and the Capybaras were both 1-1 going into this one. And so getting to 2-1 is actually a big deal for a lot of teams just because you're kind of getting off of that bubble, if you will. That's what I'm calling it, the bubble. This is March Madness coming up with. So if you're on the bubble, you're at risk. You might get eliminated or get out of there. And so anyway, so the Gnomes. This was a very, very important matchup between Chelsea. I'm afraid I'm going to pronounce this wrong, but Chelsea Monica Iglesias Sehite. I'm going to say Chelsea Monica Iglesias. That's enough names, I think, to pronounce. And
I
then
think Ignatius, so that we don't.
Oh, I said Iglesias. See, look, I'm reading the. I'm
like
reading
Enrique.
Related,
I'm reading the internet wrong. Terrible. Versus Irina Bulmaga. And it was a very interesting game because in this position, Black is actually better. Black has the 2 bishops. Black has the 2 bishops. That's the other thing. It's basically the 2 bishops. Like we talked about this being a real asset here. And this, by the way, this was an 8.5, 7.5. So this was the game decider in the match. And in a series of moves, White really was able to take over. Now, the funny thing I always like to think about, even when a position is really bad, is about visualization. So it's like, what does your best case scenario look like? And to me, there's one advantage White has here in this position. You guys want to try to identify what that is? I mean, I was just trying to figure out how could White win this game possibly? If there any advantage White has in the position? What do you think, Aman? You think, is there anything you like about White's position here? Like long-term advantages?
Yeah, maybe I'm looking at the pawn structure, just 2 pawn islands versus 3. The pawns are disconnected for black, and I think there's always this underlying strategy which I'm quick to highlight because it's so easy to talk about, much more difficult to execute, but easy to talk about, which is when you're facing the 2 bishops, the correct, strategic undertaking will almost always be to trade whatever bishop you have on the board for the bishop of the same color.
My man. Like, I mean, that's basically. I mean, again, and maybe it's not. Of course, it's not hugely surprising that that a grandmaster identifies that. But it's a really important thing, Matt. At the end of the day, you want to be able to aim or aspire to something, and here we can at least say, we have a slightly better pawn structure on the queen side. Maybe that can be something borne out later. And so I really loved what Chelsea did here. By the way, she's an almost 200-point underdog here. And she plays knight b5, wow, trying to get rid of the 2 bishops.
Mm-hmm.
Then after a few more moves, she's still under some pressure, but she's maintaining this pin. And so it's a little nice geometry here. And she manages to get rid of that first bishop. So step 1, get rid of the bishop pair, complete. Now there's this dream scenario where if we're imagining all the pieces off the board and just being a pawn endgame, that's going to be a winning pawn endgame for us because we have an outside pass pawn. So you can start to conjure up visions later of how things might go if everything goes your way. And ultimately, after a series of moves and real defensive stuff here, bishop d1, trying to trade the bishops, queen a5, super tricky, hitting the rook. But if the rook moves to d3, there's rook e1 hitting the queen. So still trying to trade. Some weird looking geometry here. Threatening rook e8, discovery on the queen on d5. And then finally, after a few more moves, queen d3. And then all of a sudden, this position that looked really terrible, frankly, like 10 moves ago, turns into something very different. And she even manages to win a pawn. And now the dream is starting to become a reality. And, we've all been here where we look at a position, we don't want to look at it much longer. And then, we have to, it's our own position, so we have to play it and unfortunately continue to look at it. And all of a sudden it's like, wow, that looks way better than it did before, like way better. And she's gotten a 2-on-1. And, all of the great players in this league know that when you're not material, you want to trade. And so she makes the renovations to her king side, makes it nice and snug, and then slowly but surely the rooks come off. Then a pawn comes off. Then some more pawns come off. And then she eventually manages to march a pawn just far enough and invite some trades where she ultimately will make a second queen and black winds up resigning. But really, really impressive, trying to kind of dig yourself the grave essentially, or dig yourself out of that hole that you've created for yourself. It doesn't always happen but when it happens, these games feel so good. And this basically was the reason why the Norway Gnomes won, and they moved to 2-1. Again, I have not always been the biggest supporter of this team because if you recall in week 1, they won because of a mouse slip.
That's right.
They were the beneficiary of mouse slip and could easily have been 0-1. Gawain got a prayer answered essentially, Gawain Jones, and managed to win that tiebreaker. And then they were in some trouble last week as well, but they're coming away with points, and they're in good position now, being 2-1 to kind of go further. So very impressive. And again, shout out to board fours that are taking names and winning games. It's not easy to do.
Love it. Yeah, it's super, super exciting, especially when you see an underdog, 200 points lower in ELO. It gives me hope. It's like, my number might be lower, but I can still find a way to win. I can still get that upset, and hopefully that's encouraging to some of you too. I want to read this message from chat. Pretty new to chess, had some exposure when I was younger, but just recently fell in love with it. Appreciate seeing guys like you pushing content and encouraging others to get involved. Never too late to get involved. Even though, the guests on this show have typically been playing since they could walk, sometimes maybe even, before, growing up in chess families. It's never too late to watch Queen's Gambit, check out some old Pog Champs episode, get involved with viewing the PCL, tuning into this show and getting into chess. It is a lifelong game. And if you do want to get better at chess, another plug, we're over halfway through the show, but you can win a diamond membership with chess.com. Chess.com wants to give you their highest level of membership. All you have to do is come over to the Checkout Show chat and highlight a message. That's it. So also one shouting it out in ChessBrah's chat. Keep ChessBrah open, but just pop over, highlight a message. You're entered to win. Pop back over, and yeah, we'll keep it running.
I gotta ask, just because of the thing about walking and playing. Did you know about chess before you could walk, Aman? Cause I'm just curious, because I was just thinking about that. Like, I wonder if that's the case.
No, and there's a lot of talk about, especially as younger and younger players get better and better at chess these days. Like, I was definitely no prodigy. I was in university second year, and I was barely a 2200. So far from a prodigy. So certainly a no to that question.
It goes to show. I mean, at the end of the day, I wasn't some uber talent either. I had other hobbies, so but yeah, no, it definitely you definitely can get into it at any age.
Absolutely.
And be pretty good at it, actually. So anyways, so we're on to your squad, the ChessBrahs. They had a tight match this past week. Did you follow? Were you following? I guess were you doing? You said you may be doing some commentary and talking to the team members. How did they feel going into the week against the passers? Because Sam Sevian was putting in work in this league. He was really, he beat Shock in the previous week. He was really the hero for his team, and his team was 1-1, but they could have easily been 2-0 if they had some other contribution. So I don't know what the cooler talk was like in the ChessBrah side, but did you guys have thoughts going into this week?
Yeah, so first of all, I'm commentating all the matches that the ChessBrahs have right here on my own channel. So just doing the live broadcast with a little delay on there for the fair play and whatnot. So you can always catch me doing that, which means that I'm like keeping up with the games and the lineups and all that. I think, in the PCL, you kind of have to trust whatever your strategy is long term. If your strategy is like put a weaker board 4 and have a stronger first 3 boards, and it doesn't work one week, I wouldn't be afraid to try it again. Some people are like, oh, it didn't work, you're gonna lose all your matches, like you got to switch that up immediately. But we kind of stuck to it. We have a slightly lower rated board 4 who usually has an uphill battle against all opponents. But it obviously didn't work against the Yogis. It looked good, but then it didn't work. And I think at some point you can attribute that to just who's playing well on that day, not so much like the overall strategy. So I think we were just sticking to the game plan, which was tough, to wrap your head around. But hey, stick to the game plan. People are going to have better weeks and better days. And, everyone can sort of sleep well at night knowing that Magnus is on board 1 and capable of 4 out of 4, probably with high chances on every single week.
So it's funny you point that out, because I think that's a good lesson in chess and in life, folks. This is the elders kind of talking now about life, how chess imitates life. Don't panic when your approach first, approaches some adversity, right? Let me repeat that because that was kind of choppy. Don't panic when you first experience adversity. That is not a reason to kind of change your whole approach. Sometimes you have to trust that process and have a little bit more, be a little bit more steadfast to see that process borne out. And so I think that's a very astute that you point that out, because a lot of people could have easily changed the lineup and say, we got to do something totally different. And you're saying, no, we have Magnus, we have some other folks on the roster as well, and eventually we're gonna make it happen. And
Yep.
it worked out. So good stuff. Now we're actually going to take the position that Magnus had against Sam Sevian, because I think this actually decided the match in the last round of the event, of your matchup. And it was close. This was 8.5, 7.5. So it wasn't like you guys blew him out or anything.
Nope.
But this game was really important. It's funny because I looked at this position, I didn't see this one live, but I was looking at it and I was like, man, isn't this like a dream French for White? like White has great dark square control, a knight on d4, a queen potentially menacing towards Black's king side. And maybe there's some good knight, bad bishop dynamics. But I thought what Magnus basically initiated here was really creative and really interesting. And I don't know if this was like a blunder or not. Maybe you have some intel here, because he played this move a5. And I think most people would be like, blunder alert, blunder alert. Do you know if this was a blunder or this was deliberate? Because the pawn on b5 is hanging. And,
yeah, I actually know that it was not a blunder.
Okay. So Magnus brilliance again, and I think it really is a good practical move too, because what Magnus essentially does have in this position is this knight on e4, and White is reluctant to exchange this knight because it livens up that diagonal for that bishop on b7. And so if Black can kind of conjure up counterplay on the queen side, and still maintain the knight on e4, some really interesting things could happen.
And I have a quick question. Is it intended to open that up? Like when this falls, it seems like there's some attacking lanes where it would be tough to get in on the king side.
100%. So if Black does ultimately hit at the base of White's queenside pawn chain, the house will collapse. Like c3 will be weak, a3 might be loose as well, and so. Essentially, if White does nothing here, Black's threat is b4, right, Aman? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, definitely. A5 is like preparing b4, and White's also totally familiar that Black wants to do this, but has probably and fairly ruled out in his head the move a5, because you think of a5 for a split second, and then your brain is like, oh, but b5 hangs, so my opponent can't do that. So you're anticipating maybe like bishop c6, a5, b4, and you're like, okay, by that time maybe I can play rook f3, rook h3, and go for mate. But Magnus going a5 and sort of accelerating the pace at which he's going to be making serious threats, I think caught Sam off guard.
Yeah, and it is important to point out, first of all, this is a rapid game, so that idea of kind of changing the pace of play and catching someone off guard does matter in various ways, because you don't have a lot of time to react. I do wonder if you would still do this in a classical game. He still might, actually, just because.
I think the answer might be yes.
Because it was a lot of one-way traffic. It would seem if Black does nothing, and so, but it's just such an impressive decision to make over the board. So after bishop takes b5 was played, bishop a6, you see some of the idea. Still have this knight here, maybe getting rid of the bishops, but getting some access to b2. And Sam played a4. And I think this sequence is so... Bishop takes b5, a takes d5, and a4. And this is really an impressive move, because essentially Magnus is still trying to chip away at this chain. And unfortunately, Sam hadn't adjusted to the new rules of the game, and you see that time and time again in positions where someone surprises you with something. Is there new parameters? There's a new contract that's happening, And if you don't catch up, you're just going to miss the boat. And Sam played rook d3, maybe thinking about some checkmating, maybe having some checkmating aspirations, but ignoring the new rules of the game with a3. And all of a sudden, everything kind of clicks because you are hitting home on c3. And the rest of the game wasn't really close. After h5, defending this mate on h7, Black did crash through. And the knight on d4, which seemed like a model of consistency and stability, is now completely unstable. We were calling this an outpost at the beginning. And now that chain completely is undone. And now the knight is not stable, and it's a problem. And
Magnus gave an interview after the match, like to chess.com on the PCL broadcast, and he was also asked a little bit about, this game and some decisions. And he was quick to point out that, well, more so, of course, in rapid chess, just when the time control is a little lower, it's more pronounced. But the idea of forcing your opponent to either like checkmate you or lose is really powerful, because it puts a lot of stress on them that they're narrowed down to like one win condition. Like in the position a couple moves back when a4 was played, I think here after a4, rook d3, a3, rook h3, h5, White's incentivized really to play like a move like g4 and just go all guns blazing. And, Black might even reply with something like pawn takes b2 after g4 and take on h5 and like g5. And it might not be good for Black, but it's insane. And the fact that it's insane is already unnerving for White, because the position prior to Magnus's a5 was not insane. It was level-headed. It was a clear advantage for White. And so if you can give up a little bit more advantage, according to the engine, but turn it into insanity, the likelihood that the evaluation could like flip is much, much higher. And Black has such an easy job, because it's like the way you're going to lose the game is just literally getting mated. And if your opponent can find all the engine moves to do that, I mean, they probably deserve to win. But if they can't, you're playing pretty stress-free as Black. Your moves are so obvious. You're just pushing that A pawn up, taking pawns when they're free, and making probably only defensive moves when you need them on the king side. So Magnus was talking about how effective that strategy is, and how the French defense is pretty much the front runner for that strategy as an opening.
That is so true. The French is such a good example of that, because of the counterplay dynamic that exists there, and all the lines really, like whether it's the classical French like this or a winnower, right? So there's this massive burden on White to kind of attack in many of the lines. And Matt, I think that's kind of like it's the analogy I would think of. It's almost and again, I haven't spent any time in the ring, at least formally, but it kind of makes me think of like crowding someone's space, essentially. Like, you talk. I've played a lot of basketball, so that would be the best way I'd think about it. But I guess if someone is like in your face and like it's kind of forcing you to react, you might react irrationally.
Yeah. So in boxing, there are different styles according to cultures, which is one of the things I love about competing at an international level. Is you see the expression of certain countries through their boxing style. And so I would equate this to a Mexican boxing style. It is really risky, a lot of openness when you throw big shots, and you're either going to knock out or get knocked out when you're up against a Mexican who's boxing in a true Mexican style, because there's a lot of inside fighting, a lot of aggression, a lot of coming forward and getting you outside your comfort zone. It's forcing the issue. And that's what this game reminds me of. Magnus was like, I'm gonna get my Mexican boxer on and start throwing some haymakers.
Is that why is that how you get the term Mexican standoff? Is that literally what it is, like that approach?
I also think it has roots from like war. Like I think there's like a Mexican American war, like when Texas was fighting for independence. I think it might come from that too, but it definitely holds true in a Mexican boxing match too.
Gotcha. And it's funny because I'm not going to perpetuate any stereotypes here, but there's definitely, at least growing up, there was definitely talk about that as far as chess styles, honestly. Like there were certain like countries or contingents of players where it's like, oh, they're more aggressive or they're not good at end games or like, and I don't know if you had any of that in Canada, but that was a discussion on some level between some classes of players in the U.S. So of course, I mean, with the internet and with the game democratizing the way it has, it seems like everyone has the similar types of skill sets because they're all learning.
Well, Canadians still don't know theory, so that's the stereotype that still applies.
Okay, fair enough. So you said it, not me. You said it, not me. So
it's because they're my people, so I can talk about it.
Right. That's always how it works. Well, yeah. I mean, I think everything that's been said here about Magnus's approach is so true, and it worked, right? Yeah. So, anyway, after F5, just to close out the tab here. Knight e4 is played, cutting the queen off from the knight. That's kind of a nice finesse. It still seems like a messy position to me, honestly. But this knight coming in, maybe a pawn coming in or hitting g6, but Magnus kind of calmly defended everything, and it really is important that this rook on f1 is hit and that white has back rank problems. So after f takes g6, you'll notice that this rook is hanging, but it's actually not really because of queen b1, and ultimately, white can block a few pieces, but that's the end of the game. And so still a bit of a mess, but once the king was actually truly safe, it was going to always be a clean up on aisle 1 type of deal. And it also so happens that the knight and the pawn cover all of the relevant checking squares, and so eventually the world champion got the job done. Soon to be former world champion got the job done.
Yeah, a few more weeks of that, right?
He'd actually, I had read that he played his last games as world champion, like, and for his Norwegian club.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if there was if he'd kind of registered the significance of that, because I feel like he's been kind of, super casual about it lately. Interesting note, interesting little tidbit there. So I also wonder if it makes some of these games matter more to him than they traditionally would, since these are the types of events he's ultimately caring about more. So
yeah, there's gonna be a world championship match, and hopefully the ChessBrahs are worried about playoff position in the PCL instead.
There you go.
I love that reframe. Hell yeah, manager of the ChessBrahs. You're doing your job.
So anyway, Magnus won this game. The ChessBrahs moved to 2-1, and they're joining a cluster of teams on 2-1. So very well done. All right, we got a few more games, a few more snippets to look at. This next one was between the Croatia Bulldogs and the Blitz. I want to call them like the French Blitz or whatever, but like they just are called the Blitz, and they have a bunch of other guys on the roster like Briscia.
Yeah. It's like Ronaldo.
So yeah, just
Ronaldo.
Just one name. Yeah. Yeah. But we have a position here that, I mean, first of all, it's always stunning to me when Maxime gets mauled in a Grunfeld, and this actually did come out of a Grunfeld, and this was actually in their tiebreaker. So this was in the fifth round, if you will. They were tied up after 4, and this game ultimately decided the tiebreaker. And there's a really, really beautiful sequence here. Maybe this should have been our puzzle of the day, because this one is really fantastic, and it's consistent with the themes that we actually spoke about in the previous in that first puzzle we did at the beginning. We start out with some nasty attacking moves on the king side.
Okay.
You look like you wanna rev up.
Right, yeah, I like the prompts, and I think this could be our last opportunity to win some extra entries to the Diamond membership for chess.com. So if you want to assess this position, we'll give you about 30 seconds and comment either some things that you're seeing, and if some of those ideas are correct. We'll put it through the Grandmaster Aman filter, of course, not the the mediocre chess boxer filter. But we'll if you come up with some of the right ideas or some of the right moves in this sequence in the next 30 seconds, highlight a message in the Checkout Show chat, the Moving with Matt chat, and we'll give you some extra entries to win the Diamond membership. So pop over, assess this position, let us know your thoughts in a highlighted message, and yeah, let's start checking this out.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave the floor to you guys because I was actually commentating this match.
Oh,
so I witnessed
okay.
this happen,
Nice.
like on the board, and it was the whole game was shocking.
Yeah, I almost I almost want to ask you, had you ever seen, so it's weird because I'd seen this B5 thing that happened in the opening before in similar H4, H5 lines, but in this one, it just didn't really cut it.
Weird.
Like,
it just kind of falls flat, and like MVL is kind of, I believe that this one was also the tiebreaker match. So MVL had actually previously in round 4 gotten beaten. He lost to Indich as well, I believe the round previous, and it was also a super nice game and a Sicilian. So then MVL, when he needs to win again in the rematch in the playoffs, because they were tied 8-8, he just kind of gets destroyed again by Indich. So it's just not MVL's day. You don't see like a crazy strong player like that get beaten in the way that he was losing very often at all.
Yeah, and actually, it's, you mentioned like form being a thing that, comes up where it's maybe just not the right time or night, not the right day. We actually featured a game, I think last week, where Ju Wen-jun just crushed him. So it maybe it's been a tough few weeks, but we know MVL is a great player and will probably return to form if his team is still in it in a few weeks. So they gotta make some adjustments quick. But anyway, Matt, how we doing? I think a few people have gotten the right idea in chat here. So
we have a few entries. I think we're okay to proceed. Last chance if anyone wants to send that highlighted message. But yeah, let's check this out.
Yeah, so rook h8, just a stunner. You have to accept that rook because the queen is entering on h6, and so king takes h8. Anyway, and king only move again. You see a lot of these tactics. There's only moves, and you're on the right track. And then knight g5, and it's pretty much one of the most elementary mating patterns you'll see in chess. And you just can't deal with it because the rook is in the way, and the pawn on e7 is obstructing Black's king from escaping anyway after a queen h7 check. So really, they're just a few spite checks, and queen a5 is one, king shuffles over, bishop takes e2 check is another. And again, if you want to avoid the checks, don't get greedy, right? Keep your eye on the prize. And so the only kind of thing, the pitfall you have to avoid here is not going king takes e2. Because after queen takes e5 check, all of a sudden the queen could get back with tempo, and that would be a really tough way to lose a game. So the king just scurries over to g1, and that's it. I mean, there's just window dressing now. Knight f6 came in and tried to defend h7. Indich was like, thank you very much, I'll take that. And then queen takes g5 was played, kind of trying to distract the queen from queen h7 mate, which was there earlier, but now there's another mate with queen g7, and we've spoken about this a few weeks now, right? I've called the X marks the spot mate. Yeah, you're throwing up the X like
DMX,
like, Des Bryant
Exhibit,
playing for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
So,
I was thinking of Wakanda.
Wakanda. I was thinking of Exhibit. X gonna give it to you.
So many X's. Man, yeah, so many references there. But yeah, that's as quick a game as you'll see in the PCL, honestly. 23 moves. Very impressive mating attack.
So I have a quick question. This rook sacrifice, can this be considered what we've talked about in the last 2 episodes now, that same kind of Greek gift sacrifice from, the London, the long bishop, sacrificing on h7? Is this the same kind of idea of giving it up for position or for attack with tempo?
It's so funny you point that out because this wouldn't actually be called a Greek gift, but it has all of the features that I'm almost inclined to to give you full marks in a way, like, because basically in the Greek gift, it's a bishop sacrificing typically for a knight to come in and join the fray. And that's basically what happened here. Aman, what do you think?
I think that this particular one is so niche that it's kind of tough to because yes, it has the elements, but I can't think of many instances, like if I'm ranking how often out of 100 games, I'll see the Greek gift, for example, bishop takes h7, it might be like, 15 games or something like that, or 10. But then if I'm thinking about this, it's like less than one probably. So I don't know. I feel like it just has the elements for me, but I just don't see it enough to really call it anything.
Well, creative prompt for chat then. Highlight a message on what you think this checkmate should be called. If not Greek gift, go ahead and submit, your creative idea on if this checkmate becomes more popular. What would you call it?
Yeah, it's a beauty. I call it a beauty. That's what I call it.
There we go.
It's a beauty. So, and it was definitely a beauty for the Croatia Bulldogs, because they're now 2-1, and this super talented, really top heavy team that features MVL, features Grischuk, they're on the bubble. They're 1-2. They need to figure some stuff out. Talk to their captain, reassess for this week, because they're in some trouble. So. All right, moving on.
Yeah, we have some funny names. Canadian gift, the maple syrup, the Croatian gift, the rook lift and gift, the rook gift and lift. I like that one. The hammer and the slammer. These are all in the ChessBrah chat. So if you want an entry for it, highlight it over in mine. But I love these names. These are awesome.
I think the best one might be in your chat though.
Yeah, I don't know if I can read. Can I read that one? Or...
Mother Smother? Yeah, we can read that.
The Mother Smother.
I love the Mother Smother.
I think that's a great one, actually.
Well done. Yeah, some extra entries for that one. Good job, Cryptics.
Oh, man. You got some creative people here. Do your rooks even lift, bro? Yeah, touche.
These are awesome.
All right, so this one between the California Unicorns and the Croatian and the. Oh no, I wrote this. I'm reading the internet wrong again, or I wrote this wrong. But it's between the California Unicorns and MGD1. MGD1 is largely an Indian team, and we've featured Harika in previous weeks. This was an interesting one because, and I'm gonna actually flip this board, because actually, to probably many people's surprise, Black won this game, and this was actually a key decider in their matchup, and it was interesting to me because if you look at this position, I think most people would take white in a heartbeat, because white is 2 pieces for the rook, and the pawns are close-ish, right? They're 6-6 each, so usually you'll take the 2 pieces, and white is winning here, but it's kind of like before in a previous example where it's one of those positions where in a classical game it'd be probably a lot simpler to win. In this format, you can have some adversity and imagine things going wrong, and a lot of times you just have to imagine how it is even possible to win. And so, if I asked you what the story would be for what a Black win would look like, right? You probably could predict how a Black win could happen, right? What would the story arc be for you?
Yeah, well, definitely if there are if those 2 knights are 2 bishops, we're not even showing this game. And I think it's because it's a pair of knights, which are remarkably clumsy together. Even a bishop and knight just have more coordination because you just get a little bit of both the strengths and weaknesses of each minor piece. But when you have 2 knights, you kind of have this inability to travel long distances quickly, and it's exploited by the fact that the rook has that exact ability. So I think that's probably where it gets exploited, that the rook is able to pivot up and down the board, but also to the H file and to the C file where necessary to cover white's pawn, but also maybe open a line. I think the rook needs an open line to even be relevant. So I'm looking at H5, G5, H4 to
open what looks like could be the G file. And then all of a sudden, with your king from black getting close to the middle of the board, like king f7, king e6, if you can get to d5, suddenly you're probably just picking up pawns on the queen side. And if white's forced to keep pieces there just to keep your king out of the center or watch over that one pawn, I think he's kind of split on both sides. So I feel like black's going to try to generate pressure on the king side with his rook and pawns, and then probably bring the king into the middle.
Yeah, it's the story arc that you're describing is getting very, very close to what actually happened. Matt, you want to get in there?
Yeah, so I this is showing, my chess prowess up against a grandmaster, but I'm looking at this would look attractive to me. So getting on the same file as the king, this pawn out here after the protection, if we can steal this away, we're looking at this knight who's probably going to come in and try to protect. But if we trade off, we can go up a pawn, and that's, I don't know, that's kind of where my mind went at first, was over on the queen side.
Yeah, like actually, if you can actually just win this pawn straight up, you start to feel very, very good about yourself, because then it's harder for them to create a passer as well on the queen side. So point well taken. I think a lot of what Black's mindset was, I think, was actually making sure this king remained an active participant. Because if the king is really centralized, it's hard to imagine Black getting anything really tangible going on the king side with the pawn majority. But with the king kind of sideline, that can potentially be an issue. And the other thing is, and this actually is something we might have mentioned an episode or two ago, is that, Aman pointed out the utility of bishops, right? They can get from one side to the other really easily. Knights really suck at defending rook pawns. Like, they're really bad at it, because they just don't have the same hold on them. And so if Black is able to create some type of passed pawn, knights just are just very limited, because they can't attack and defend at the same time. So that's kind of what happened. And it's strange, because you think, oh wow, like this is totally winning, and it is for white. But unfortunately, white didn't do a good job of essentially corralling the counterplay on the king side, and Harika actually did a good job of not getting overrun on the queen side, and so started to undermine some pawns got traded, but now the knights are clumsy, kind of protecting each other, and these knights all of a sudden aren't super great, and this king is much better than the king on c2. I think ultimately the story was also the activity in these kings, but essentially the knights are now clumsy, and then the pawns started to run, and all of a sudden there were real problems for Ilya Nidzik, who, by the way, is a very strong grandmaster and usually converts positions like these. But all of a sudden we have this rook pawn issue that, happens from time to time. And the point is, after f3, g takes f3, h3 is just a wrap, because the king is cut off. And so amazingly, it was actually Black's pawns that wound up queening, and white had to resign, and that was a major turnaround from a position that white probably should have won, but instead MGD won this one. They actually won 10-6.
Wow.
Maybe was underselling the margin of victory here, because I said this was a main decider, but when you lose the game like this, that isn't like basically a big swing in the match, and they didn't recover. So MGD1 got to 2-1, and the California Unicorns are 1-2, and again, they're one of these teams on the bubble. We got two more. I'm going to go over these relatively quickly, because these are, again, there's been a lot of endgame finesse this week. Not a lot of white to play and checkmate happening this week, but we're going to say goodbye to two teams in this segment. We're going to say goodbye to the Charlotte Cobras. This kind of breaks my heart, because I'm a Cobra alumnus. In the U.S. Chess League, I was a member of the Cobras when I was in college, and they were just getting whacked upside the head week to week. Of course, the ChessBrah match was a heartbreaker, Aman. Carlsen, I don't know how he won that game against a Wonder. I'm still mad about that.
We still don't really have the full answer, but I think it's safe to say that that's one of those swindles that nobody can really replicate, and it's just one of those things that only the world champion can do.
An all-time swindle.
Yeah.
So, and they tried to switch up their lineup, and it's funny. Oparin was actually the one reliable guy on the Cobras lineup, but he was put under pressure really quickly, and Gear showed some really technique to trade some pieces, because this is an endgame that would be relatively tough to win if all the pawns on the queen side get liquidated. To win the 2 versus 3 with the queens on the board would be a hard one, but he played this really nice move, e3, basically threatening e2, and so white has to take. And after a series of checks, well, actually, first queen takes e3 happened, the king stepped aside, and then bishop c4, another really nice finesse, forcing the trade of bishops, because after bishop takes c4, queen f4 check happened. And so in one fell swoop, a position where black was a pawn up and only a pawn up, all of a sudden he's going to be 2 pawns up because he can't afford to trade queens. So, because if the queen takes c4, b takes c4, we just have a 2-on-1 on the king side. And so white had to dart away, and then black gets pawn number 2, and now it's just about avoiding the checks, which Aturizaka does really excellently. He marches the king up the yellow brick road, gets it all the way centralized where it's closer to the black queen, so there's a block in here, and then now keeps the 2-pawn advantage just long enough to trade the queens.
Ooh.
Yeah, once the queens come off the board, the resignation follows, and yeah, it's kind of poetic in a way, because Oparin was that one guy in the lineup that was so reliable, and then the moment he loses, just the whole structure of the team collapses. So better luck next season, Cobras. We'll keep you in mind. I'm gonna have to find a new team to bandwagon, basically, right, for our PCL.
There you go. Yeah, my team's still in it. I've been choosing the ChessBrahs every week. Shout out, Aman. But yeah, it looks like you're picking a new one this week in the fantasy.
Yeah, very disappointed. Very disappointed. Get it together, guys. Get it together.
But another great example of study your endgames. That was beautiful endgame technique, and so get on those lessons, play those games to the end, and get your reps.
All right, last but not least was a match between the St. Louis Archbishops and the Berlin Bears. The Berlin Bears we'd actually spoken about a few weeks ago when Josefina Heinemann beat Nakamura. They lost that match, even though Nakamura lost that game, and they really needed a win. And unfortunately, it didn't happen this last week either. And they're actually another team where I have to say goodbye to, because Alice Lee, the young American junior, she is super, super talented, and she just totally destroys this 2660 Grandmaster. And it's already not gone well, we should say. This is not the pawn structure you're looking for in your openings. But, you know, when you play strong players, you have to be clinical. And in this position, she played bishop f6, a really, really nice intermediate move, not defending the 9f3 that's attacked, going for mate, really forcing this move g5, which is ugly, is really ugly. And she very clinically just says, take my knight. I'm going to go queen h3 and mate you on g7. This resulted in the X marks the spot again. Thank you for that. Yeah, throw up the X. Throw up the it feels weird to not be a Cowboys fan and throw up the X. But anyway, queen takes h6 came in. Mate on g7 is happening. You still can't take the knight. Queen comes back. Then pawn number 2 is going, because that's check, and the king can't go to f7 because I have to show this. Knight e5 would be mate. So Matthias Blubaum, the strong German Grandmaster, had to actually trade queens here. And honestly, anyone that played this game over the board would resign immediately. He played a few more moves, I think, to just let the reality of this the result kind of set in. We've all been there. And ultimately, I would have taken pawn number 3 because I'm greedy like that. Alice is like, we're going for mate. And After another trade, she did take pawn number. This is just window dressing, but the St. Louis Archbishops got to 1-2 and are still on the bubble, but they got their first win of the season, and we have to say goodbye to the Berlin Bears and the Charlotte Cobras. They are eliminated, and we're gonna have a few more teams also eliminated in the next few weeks. So, yeah, very interesting interesting chess there, interesting snippets there, and a lot of traction in the league right now. So, yeah, well, I mean that's all that can really be said there.
Beautiful stuff. Yeah, and thank you to the Cobras for showing us some great chess. Also to the Berlin Bears, Josephine being on the show, being a guest, having that upset over Hikaru, some amazing moments. Even though they're out of the PCL this year, still in our memories, and well, the PCL will be around for years to come. So we'll see them again. But this is the part of the show where we start to transition, and when we've been sitting for a while, playing a lot of chess, studying a lot of chess, watching Netflix, whatever you do, and sit for long periods of time, working, studying, that's important too. It's good to break up those types of activities, those long sits, with some wellness, with some breath, with some eyes closed, give your eye strain a break, meditate, or some stretches. And we're actually going to be doing a quick stretch today. And Aman, if you have a little bit more time, I'd love for you and your chat to join us. We're going to be working on our necks. So it's going to be a short, less than 5-minute sequence designed to kind of reverse some of the bent over, sitting position that a lot of us have. And
for sure.
Awesome.
I'm sure there are some hunched over keyboard warriors in my chat that could use that as well.
Cool. Well, we will pop back over to our bigger screens here and get just a little bit of stretching in before we do our fantasy. So if you'd like to join me in doing this, you can bring your back up off the back of your chair just a little bit so that you're supporting your own weight. You aren't leaning back on your chair. Your shoulders are stacked over your hips. You're sitting up nice and tall, and your feet can be flat on the ground. So we don't need to stand up. We don't need to push the chair back. We're going to stay seated as we work on our necks. And the first thing we're going to do is just an activation exercise to get an arch in our spine instead of the usual fold that we have when we're sitting. The way that we're going to do that is we're going to bring our hands together. We're going to try to get our elbows close together. Maybe they touch, maybe they just get a little bit closer. And from here, we're going to be tucking our chin down. This is that fold position. We're going to empty our lungs all the way. And then we're going to reverse this as we start to inhale. Our arms separate. Our chin starts to rise. We fill up our lungs all the way. And we try to squeeze our shoulder blades towards each other, in towards our spine. So you can feel how opposite this feels from how we usually sit. And we're going to do this 2 more times. Go ahead and start to exhale. Palms come together, elbows come closer together, chin tucks down. And then start your inhale. We're opening up again. Chest opens, chin rises, back is squeezing in towards itself. And after full lungs, we start the exhale again. Chin tucks, arms come together, chest collapses. And last one, opening up, chest opening, lungs filling. Nice. Okay. So after you're done there, you can let your hands come down just for a second. And we're going to let our chin come all the way back up, looking up towards the ceiling. From here, you're going to let your head rock from side to side. So your right ear is coming close to your right shoulder, your left ear is coming close to your left shoulder, and you're feeling a stretch in the front of your throat and in the sides of your neck, the opposite side to the ear getting close to the shoulder. As you rock from side to side, you might hear some clicking, some grinding, especially if you haven't.
We're clicking, that's for sure.
Yeah, there you go. If you haven't done this in a while, then you'll probably hear it a little bit more. If you do this a few times a day, it'll be like a well-oiled machine, not making too much clunky noise. So something to aspire to if you're hearing a lot of noise, but that's okay. It just means you're breaking up buildup. You're giving your neck, the top of your spine some mobility, which is medicine. And we'll do this one more time before we let our chin tuck all the way down towards our chest. And we're going to do the same thing in the opposite direction. So now with our chin tucked, we're rocking side to side, and we'll feel the stretch move from the front of our throat to the back of our neck. And we're still stretching the sides of our neck, just the back side. So we'll do this for about 10 more seconds. We're still breathing consciously. You don't want to be holding your breath as you're doing this. You're still taking deep in and out, inhales and exhales. And 3, 2, 1. We'll get a quick stretch now. So now that we're warmed up, we can come deeper into a stretch. We'll let our right ear come down towards our right shoulder. We'll bring our right hand up and over our head. Just apply some gentle pressure. You don't want to yank here. You just want to apply a little bit of weight and let this opposite side of the neck start to open up. And you can breathe into the sensation here. It can be pretty intense. So if it does feel intense, just come up a little bit, put a little less pressure on it. And then as you exhale and feel more comfortable, you can come deeper into the stretch. But we'll be here for 2 more breaths. Maybe a little bit deeper for this last one. And then you can reset. Head comes back up to center. You're supporting your own weight again. And just notice the differences between the sides. And then we're going to equalize. We'll bring our left ear down towards our left shoulder. We'll bring our left hand up and over our head. Just apply a little bit of weight. A little extra pressure. And start to breathe deeply. We're here for...
I want to make sure everyone's doing this with me in chat here. Make sure everyone's up. Might need to get some photo documentation.
Evidence.
Yeah,
evidence, exactly.
but
Keep people accountable.
Post your proof. If you tag me on Instagram, I'll respond back or I'll repost you. It's the same handle, Moving with Matt.
There you go.
But yeah, if you want to post a story or something, would love to see you focusing on your wellness, giving yourself the gift of mobility.
They don't do this on every chess stream.
No, they don't. Let's get one more breath here. We'll come back up to center. And we're back up. And now we're going to bring it all together. So the conclusion of this is bringing it literally full circle, where we take our head all the way around in a full circle. Go nice and slow. Starting out with this one, sometimes you get like a pop that doesn't feel so good, which is why we warm it up with half circles. We warm it up with a stretch. And then we get wider and wider with the radius of this circle, taking the neck all the way around. And after the next rotation, we'll switch directions. So you can go the other direction. And, 5, 6, maybe 7 circles, depending on how fast you're going. Go as fast or as slow as you want. And final 3. And 2. And 1. And I love finishing our practice with one breath in unison, one breath together. We're all in it together. So you can close your eyes. You can bring all of your focus to your nostrils. First, we're going to push all the air out of our lungs so you can push it out through your nose. And then we'll take a deep inhale through our nose all the way up to full lung capacity. Try to fill it up as much as you can. When it feels full, try to sip in a little extra air at the top. Hold for about 5 seconds. Feel what it's like with full lungs, expanded chest, big belly. 3, 2, 1, and slowly exhale as you relax your whole body. The shoulders coming away from the ears, the tongue coming away from the roof of the mouth, lungs emptying all the way. And you can flutter your eyes open with a smile. All right. Hope you're feeling a little better.
My neck definitely is a bit more connected to the rest of my body.
Good stuff.
When you said big belly, I felt that.
Yeah. that post chess boxing celebration still has some momentum, inertia. I hold on to a lot of my stress in like the base of my neck and the top of my back. And so whenever I do this, I just instantly feel better. And usually I perform a little better if I'm playing chess or boxing or working or whatever. So reminder, take your breaks, love on your body. It's connected to your brain, and we need both of those to survive and thrive.
You only got one of them, so you might as well invest in it a little bit.
That's right.
Right. So amen to that. I must say, one of the things that I struggle with when doing some of this stuff is like maintaining the breaths, because I'm so like caught up on like doing the stretching part right, or like the sequence right, I'm not remembering to like have the measured calm breaths, and like a lot of the breath work actually I think is kind of part and parcel of the process of doing the exercises. So I know I wasn't the only one just now that was not doing the breath stuff ideally, but it is useful to keep that in mind also.
We hold our breath way too much throughout the day. You're holding your breath when you're in a tense chess position. You probably aren't breathing. You hold your breath when you're in a tense conversation, when you're working and focused. Just reminders. Take a deep breath in. You're giving oxygen to your bloodstream, oxygen to your brain. That's fuel for both. It's a good thing to train yourself to subconsciously take deep breaths.
All right. Well, all right. We've basically are getting to the last portion of the show, which is the fantasy and predictions portion. I think last week we did the fantasy part first and then the predictions, but we want to switch it up this week because we kept going back and ask ourselves who's playing against each other again. And so let's actually just talk briefly about the matchups this week and maybe basically what they look like, who we've got, et cetera, et cetera. So, because here we got the lineups here in front of us and the matchups. So, and they're teams that, basically some of these teams need these wins. So I guess the first matchup here we have is between the Croatia Bulldogs and Shanghai Tigers. And I think we're just going to look through here and just give ourselves like the eye test, basically. I'm looking here at the Shanghai Tigers, and I must say I'm still kind of biased towards them, with Wei Yi and Zhu Wenjun and Lu Yiping. That was the one that was the board for us saying who did some stuff in previous rounds of the PCL. I kind of like them against the Croatia Bulldogs. I'm gonna take. I actually prefer their team. I'm a little biased here, given I've basically given them effusive praise before today. But where are you guys at with that?
Yeah,
I'm seeing Wei Yi versus. I think Wei Yi will outscore Mustafa Ilmaz. I think Zhu Wenjun and Vasiv Durabali is a push. I think they kind of can score comparably, and I just like their board 3 and board 4 over the Bulldogs.
Is there a place that you're seeing the?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just dropped it in our chat.
Oh, okay.
If you want the matchup link, and then it's also on my stream up on the main board,
Gotcha.
the whole screen.
Basically, if you go to like the events chess.com/events page and then do the Pro Chess League and look at info, you got the matchups right there. And yeah, I mean, I just think one I think the only board where I just don't see any board where I see a weakness. So I gotta take the Tigers here.
Yeah, Tigers look great. I think a board 1 advantage just from rating points, and then the other ones are pretty close. Someone in chat said they're all within about 60 points of each other, so pretty evenly matched outside of board 1. So yeah, Tigers look stronger. I love seeing an upset. I'm actually going to cheer for the Bulldogs because the Georgia Bulldogs are fresh on my mind after my weekend trip this weekend, and even though that has nothing to do with chess. I'm still rooting for the Dogs. It's hard for me not to.
Do you feel, Aman? Do you feel comfortable picking sides here when you're a manager of one of the teams in the league? Do you feel you want to give another team bulletin board material, or how do you feel about that?
Oh, I feel great. Just know that I have a locked-in pick against the Levitov Wizards already.
Surprise, surprise. Yeah.
I think the Tigers are facing a lineup from the Bulldogs that doesn't look as challenging as the other lineups that I've seen from them. So, I might have picked the Bulldogs with a different lineup, but I think I'll pick the Tigers based on what I see.
Yeah. All right, the Blitz and the Copy Bars. This one is interesting because the Blitz have kind of been underperforming, honestly. They got these really a super top-heavy team with Grischuk and NVL. I must say, Artemiev was very impressive in his debut. He was this crazy free agent pickup, and, the Copy Bars have been a different team with him in the mix. I actually am going to go with the Copy Bars. I don't think Grischuk and NVL have impressed thus far in the league, and I just think there's a little bit more balance there. Although I recognize that the Brazil's board 4 might be a little bit vulnerable. For some reason, I think that Artemiev is really great in rapid formats, and then Central Mareko and Luis Supi are both effective as well. So I'm going to go with Copy Bars.
I'm taking
Yeah,
the blitz. That one name, Beyonce, Ronaldo kind of power. You know, it's just such a strong name. I guess I'm making my picks based off of names this week. But but yeah, I'm picking the blitz. I would love to see him come out on top, and I think MVL is gonna feel like he has something to prove after getting beat the way he did last week. I think he's gonna come out with a much stronger version of himself this week.
Yeah, I think at this point you kind of have to draw some conclusions from the information that you have. And at any point, Grishuk and MVL could just show up. And if they show up, they might crush the Capybaras. But based on the information we have, they haven't been there for 3 weeks. And you have, at some point, you have to make a decision based on the information. So I'll probably take the Capybaras as well, because PCL this year just doesn't seem to be, they're not posting consistent 3 out of 4 or more scores. And I think that's what they need.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, some teams, we see in sports, they're flip the switch teams. I mean, we're going to find out if the Blitz are flip the switch team or not, basically.
Right.
So we'll see. All right, we'll leave you out of the prediction business on this one between the ChessBrahs and the Wizards. I feel like there's going to be 2 ChessBrah choices right off the bat, right, Matt? I mean, you've been basically on that bandwagon since day one.
You know it. I'm a home team, or at least a North American represent kind of fan here. Yeah, I think the ChessBrahs pull it out over the Wizards this week.
Now, I did pick against the ChessBrahs, and they went against the Yogis. I do think that the Chess Wizards lineup is not the best one they could have put out there, honestly. Like, I think if there was maybe like a Dubov in the mix, or I think they even have Mohamed Yarf on their roster also. It might be a different story. Right. But this lineup is asking a lot. Now, I do think that, like you said, you guys are a bit of a top-heavy team, so we'll see if Miley Jade Ouet, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, will be targeted or not. But I actually saw some of her games in the previous rounds, and like she's really fighting. And I have seen glimpses that suggest that she definitely can give you guys a lift. So I know maybe didn't show itself lately or recently, but like. I don't think she's gonna be blanked, and so I'm gonna go with the ChessBrahs too, actually.
Yeah, I think Miley is. She had a great match the last time where she beat a GM and had chances in other games, and I think that's all you want from your board 4 when they're rated the way that she is compared to her opponents. So if she could get that same score here, then if we didn't win the match, we would look at other people's performances as to where those points didn't come from. But you can't really expect more than a point even expecting a point is already a fantastic result for board 4, given the situation. But I also agree that this wasn't the scariest lineup that we were expecting from the Wizards. But they have that roster where everyone's a GM. So it's like, you can't really make too bad of a decision, but it definitely felt like they weren't necessarily maximizing.
Right. Yeah. So I guess it'll be 3-0 on the ChessBrahs here. Let's hope that's not the commentator's curse or anything like that. So we'll see how it goes.
As long as Drake isn't betting on them, I think they're safe, right?
Exactly. Well said. All right, the Unicorns and the Pastors. Interesting team lineup. I must say, like, Sevian has been so good. In the PCL, he lost to Magnus in the last, but I've been so impressed with his play throughout. These games matter to him. It looks like, I don't know. It's tough. This actually is the toughest one I've seen thus far, honestly, because we know Gukesh, we know Darius Swartz, we know Johann Sebastian. Lenderman is 2550. That's surprising to me. That seems like is like just on the cusp of being a little underrated. Mm-hmm. I don't know where to go with this one, actually. This is kind of like a pick 'em to me. And I'm gonna pick. This is tiebreaker written all over it for me, honestly. I think I think almost every board is a push. I mean, I slight advantage. I'd give her an advantage on board 4, but Zoe can play, so I'm familiar with her game as well. So I don't feel good about any decided advantages here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess I think like Sam Sevian and Bortnick are a pretty nasty 1-2 punch, but I have to admit, if there's a single team that I know the least about in the PCL, it's definitely the Unicorns, because they play like the latest in the week usually, and somehow like they're the match that I never get to catch. So I know a lot more about the other teams. So with a little bit of bias about the Passers playing us in a close match, I'll probably take them as well.
Matt, where are you at here?
Yeah, unicorns are majestic creatures with a weapon in the center of their head, and I think that they're a much cooler name. So in a toss up, I'm going with the unicorns.
Very well. All right, MGD1 Norway Gnomes. Another interesting one here. I must say I've been a little biased against the Gnomes. Like, it's still surprising to me that they are 2-1. I know that's really weird to say, but it could easily be the other way. So I'm just going to go off MGD1 off of that bias. I think Aragasi is really vicious in this format, has been in all formats, and yeah, I mean, I like their team all the way through. So even Aditya Mittal, I think we've seen some of his games, and he had played. He had some he had shown some ability here in the PCL, and then Harika we know about, and Tabatabai is also a very good player. So I think to me it's a little surprising that Howell isn't the board 1. I would actually have him. I mean, it doesn't really matter in this league because everyone's going to play everyone, but I do think Pavel is maybe not as accustomed to the PCL structure and format as some of these other guys, and Pavel's been more of like a coach lately than like an active player, so that's why I'd give MGG1 the advantage there.
Yeah, I would go so far as to say I think MGD1 might crush them, but I think that's a story that can happen to this Norway team in a lot of matches. Like, they could just lose by a big margin, but they get their one way or another, and that's really all that matters. So you definitely have to credit them for getting it done. I think Howell is a great pickup on the team. Like, I think David is definitely worth his rating. And I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that Pranav has been underperforming a little bit, but maybe that's because I just think so highly of him. So I feel like Pranav, I haven't seen the results, so maybe he's just got a phenomenal score and he's carrying the team, but somehow I've tuned into a few games and I haven't seen Pranav like scoring or winning as much as I'm used to seeing him do just online at chess.com. So hopefully he has a good week. Always root for not a bit of a friend of the ChessBrah channel, but I think MGD1 is going to crush them.
Wow. All right. I guess I'm the only one picking the Gnomes. I think I think they continue their streak of maybe looking like they're outmatched, but being able to pull it out one way or another. So, all right, final matchup of the week. We have the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, and if you remember, they were the one team that came out of qualifiers. They are the Cinderella story so far, making it out of the first elimination batch too. So we have the Shrimps up against the St. Louis Archbishops, with Fabiano being board 1 over there. Who do we have in this matchup?
I mean, you look on paper and it's Archbishops all the way. I must say though, I've been very impressed with the Shrimps, in particular Turazaga. Again, he's a player that's been on the scene for a really long time. I mean, he's not like 2700 plus, but he's just been a very strong grandmaster for a very long time, and I actually am going to pick the upset here and take the Shrimps. I have not been super impressed with the Archbishops in like throughout the league, and I just think there's a little bit. I think the Shrimps, they got to the dance. They were the product of being a qualifier, and they really put up really good fights. Like even I think they lost to the Gnomes, they could easily have an extra win right now. So I'm gonna take the Shrimps in the upset here.
I think it's really easy for me to get on the same like train of thought. So I feel like I have to actively stop myself and think of it more like professional sports and how these teams would be valued on the biggest betting market. And sometimes you have to just pucker up and take the favorite. St. Louis is probably going to be the favorite. And I think there's a high chance they just show up and do what they're supposed to do, which looks like they should win this match. Fabi can, they haven't had good weeks, which is why they've lost matches. But like Theodoro, Bach, and Fabi can almost win this match just with them, like just those three of them. The Shrimps have just been a really fun team to watch. They came in like basically out of play-ins, and they were like, I think they lost their first two matches, so it looked like they would just walk right out of the PCL. But then they kind of put together an interesting lineup that won a match, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, this team's actually pretty cool. But I'm not buying into the same way I don't buy into a bad result means that a lineup is bad. I don't buy into a good result means that a lineup is good. So
yeah, I'm definitely probably betting a little, betting. I'm probably choosing teams here a little bit with sort of what I want to happen. But yeah, I am taking. It's funny. It's almost like the stock market where it's like past results do not indicate future returns. And the returns haven't been great, Archbishops generally, but. I mean, it is truly a joke that Alice Lee is listed here as 2284, given the way she's playing. And then if you consider every other board, they're basically at least even better on most of them. You're making the logical choice, no question. So.
What about Matt? Matt's our tiebreaker.
I love a good Cinderella story, man. So I the little shrimp that could. I think they're coming into St. Louis, a big chess city, a strong hub for our sport, and I think they're gonna upset who everyone thinks is probably gonna win and should win.
Cool. All right, so now we actually can get to the last bit of the programming, which is the actual PCL predictions. It's the reason we did the teams, looked at the teams, the rosters before, is sometimes there are questions connected to the teams. And so we've in the past been like, what was their lineup again? But now that we've looked at the teams and the matchups, we could probably do a better job of the PCL predictions. I have yet to go 10 out of 10 or close. Matt, I feel like you've had better luck than I have in this in many respects. Here,
luck,
but,
luck is the key word there.
But yeah, luck is the key word. And if you do actually fill out these PCL predictions, highly encourage you to do so because we are giving out diamond memberships to the winner here, and we're just doing some basic over-unders. And
if you want to get to this Google sheet with us, it is ! Fantasy in the chat. ! Fantasy in the Moving with Matt chat. And I can send it over. Aman, I'll send it over to you too. Do you already have it or no?
No, I'll click it though. I think you sent the link earlier.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah, I see it.
So
I will say this. So there was someone that actually got 10 out of 10. The week 3 winner, Ashtina249.
No way.
10 out of 10 correct picks, and then their prediction, they predicted 63 points scored for Black. Black did score more than White last week. I was right about that. But generally speaking, I was wrong about a lot of other things. So let's take these over-unders and then we're good to go. So, all right, what will be the smallest margin of match victory in week 4? I feel like this is always the easiest one because there's been a tiebreaker every week. So I feel like there's a close match every week. So I would definitely take the under 1.5 points here. I would take the under. I don't know if that's too revelatory. What do you guys think? Anyone brave enough to take the over there?
I agree with the under pick, and I do feel obliged to share that we do have data analysis and statisticians going through each week and picking these lines based off of what is like 50th percentile. So it's like what has actually happened. That is what the line is for the previous weeks going into the new week. So all of these are viable picks. It is up to what you think, but I completely agree. I think that we have such equally matched teams. At least one matchup is going to be within a game or go to a tiebreaker.
Yeah, that was Matt's friendly way of saying, Casa, like, these guys are, like, actually doing your job. These lines make sense. Why are you criticizing the lines?
No, I just have Trim's voice in my head. I remember him explaining in very, very calculated ways that they put a lot of time and effort into these margins.
If you're a sports fan, you always criticize the lines.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Very true.
But yeah, I'm gonna take the under.
Quantity sufficient. Thanks a lot for the cheer. You're getting excited about the fantasy, clearly. Exclamation point fantasy if you want to run through this with us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm probably an under guy as well.
Cool.
All right. What will be the largest margin of match victory in week 4? Again, just to remind people, we had 2 6-point victories last week. So apparently the over is possible. I'm going to take the under. It's just more realistic.
Wow. I'm going to stick with the over. I think we're going to have a close matchup, and I think we might see a blowout again this week. So I'm betting the fringes, the opposite sides of the spectrum for both of these over-unders.
Mm-hmm.
What about you, Aman?
I think cooler heads are probably going to prevail and say under, just because I can't possibly imagine that this is really a 50-50 between these two.
Same. Thank you for being this voice of reason here. All right, what is the margin of victory between the Canada ChessBrahs and the Levitov Chess Wizards in week 4? Wow, you have a real opportunity to create some bulletin board material. You have to take the. Well, you don't have to do anything, but what are you going to take, the over, the under here? Close match or blow or not?
I'm definitely taking the under. I think it'll be a close match regardless. And when we've won matches, they haven't been by more than a point.
Fair enough. That is true. Yeah, you did barely get past the Cobras, and then you barely got past the Passers. So yeah, 2-1 with the modest margin of victory. So under. Okay. Wow. Can I?
You can do this in front of me.
I was almost like, can I be disrespectful here? I need to check the lineups again. But no, I said the ChessBrahs are going to win it. So if their team captain is going to say, I'm going to take the over. The ChessBrahs are going to win, and it's going to be over 2.5. You heard it here first.
All right, so
it's in board material.
Kasa's taking the over, and I'm going to pick the under. I think that the under is mostly because the team manager thinks it's going to be the under. So I'm adhering to the expert on this one. But let's move on to the next one. What will the Shanghai Tigers average CAPS caps accuracy be versus the Croatia Bulldogs in week 4? Over 85.5 or under?
So I'm going to show my ignorance here and confess that what's caps accuracy?
It's basically I think it's a system that I swear St. Louis even started using it, and then chess.com started using it. It's basically like a measurement system for the move quality in the game. Yeah. And so they give you a score, and obviously the higher the better.
Okay, I don't think of it as that acronym, but we're talking the score that you get at the end of a game you play on chess.com. You get the I never thought of it as caps, but you get the percentage at the end, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So So what's the average Shanghai Tigers? Is it going to be over 85.5? I'm going to say that's actually really close because I would say it's somewhere in the 80s. I probably would have said like 84 or 86, something like that. So um, I'm going to say over. I'm going to say over. I think the Tigers play really good chess, but that is a close one. I don't think it's going to be under 80.
Yeah, I'm confused by this one. I feel like, I'm very beginner to mediocre at chess, and I feel like, a decent amount of my games are kind of in this range. So these are top level players. I think they're going to be finding the best moves. I'm going to guess over 85.5 too.
Okay. Okay.
Under 85.5, 100%. They're gonna win the match, but Croatia is going to muddy the waters, and the Tigers will be navigating suspicious positions and definitely winning the match, as per my prediction. But I think the games will be a little messy, and like a few moves can totally throw off your overall accuracy.
Wow, and I love the confidence with which you predicted that one. That made me want to change my answer, but we got to move on. So, how many brilliant moves will Team MGD1 play versus Norway Gnomes in week 4? And that's a depth of 20. Over 2.5 or under?
Over 2.5. They have the roster for it. I think Arjun is good for at least 1 or 2 on his own, probably 2. Yeah, I mean, Aman, you said yourself that had blowout potential written all over it. So the over for sure.
Cool. I'm gonna go with the under. I think especially since Aman just bet the under on like percentage for the cap score, it kind of struck fear in my heart. And I think a brilliant move is tough to find, especially against a strong opponent. So I'm gonna pick an under for this one.
And let's not forget, it's a brilliant move that chess.com like it is marked as brilliant, not just
Correct.
a good-looking move. I think there'd be lots of good-looking moves, but I've seen the type of moves that qualify for brilliancy in the chess.com system, and it can be a little unforgiving. I don't think they need to play over 2.5 brilliant moves in this match.
And that is when you do the game analysis, brilliant is when there's 2 exclamation points and it denotes it as such. So so Aman, you're going with the under as well?
I'm taking the under. Yeah, I just think like brilliant moves are usually born in positions where like you kind of have to find something, or it's like an absolute shocker, and I don't think the games will be in that direction.
Gotcha.
All right, let's get through these last ones a touch quicker. So, how many underdog match victories will we have in week 4? I love this question. Over 2.5 or under 2.5. So, lower rated team beats higher rated team. So, I gotta very quickly go back to the drawing board, look at my predictions for a second, because the average rating of a team is relevant here. And
well, yeah, I mean,
and we do have 6 matchups. So we're basically picking on if half of them are upsets or not.
It's just that like the Tigers are an underdog in terms of average rating. The Blitz are a favorite against the Capybaras. The ChessBrahs are an underdog against the Wizards. So like for me, my predictions, I'm just looking at a couple and like I have to immediately say over.
Yeah.
This week especially, just because of the ratings versus what we think is going to happen. We got 4 left. How many Kings Indian defenses will we see in week 4? Over 2.5 or under?
That seems like a low over under to me. I'm going to take the over there. I feel like in this format, like, I mean, dubious openings are encouraged, so I'll take the Kings Indian for 3 games. Why not?
Agreed. Yeah, I think it's going to be the over 2. Pretty common defense, especially in more rapid play. It's a more aggressive kind of response. So, how many games start with 1 C4 this week? Explosive, if you know our friend GM Ben Feingold.
So we have to do. How many games are there in a week again? If every team plays four rounds, that's right. That's just that sanity check.
Yeah, so six. There are six matchups this week. So we lost two of the teams, right? So six matchups and 16 games each.
So 16 times 6, that's 96.
That's correct.
So we're saying basically 11 out of 96 games, white games with C4.
I'm picking the under. I think that's pretty rare.
I'm gonna. It's super close to me. That's actually a good over under. I'm gonna take the over. I think C4 is. I think there's a lot of players that might play C4.
I'll probably do the under. I mean, the amount of white games is less than 50. 1 in 5 games. I don't think there's C4 more than 1 in 5 games.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm being a little optimistic here. All right. How many games will contain a queenside castle? I think this one is maybe one of the most fun ones this week because we haven't had that in the previous week. Over under 15 and a half. Yeah. I must say I rarely castle queenside, so it's just like I'm not into that type of energy. So I'm gonna pick the under.
Yeah, I'm maybe affected by recency bias, but I remember that Hikaru game with a queenside castle, and out of 96, it's still a relatively low percentage. I have to imagine most games contain a castle, so we're saying about 20% of them, somewhere around there. I'm gonna go with the over.
Yeah, I will probably against my better judgment say the under. Because I'm just so biased with my own games as well. But I'll say the under.
Got it. All right, last one. How many games will have more than 40 moves? And I love this one because I always go big or go home. So I think we're going to have some late games because of some of the insight that Casa has shared on past shows with the format, with the intervals, and whatnot.
Yeah, so basically over 47.5 would be 48 would be 50%. So basically you take the over, you're saying 50% of games will go over 40 moves.
Mm-hmm.
I think that people resign later. Even if they're losing, they play on a little bit, and I think that could contribute to the overhitting, just that people don't resign right away, even in lost positions. And so I'm going to rely on that when I take the over here.
I find it easier to bet on the over in general because you can just kind of think of game, oh yeah, they're going to go on. Whereas it always feels like a risk, even if it's priced as a 50-50, feels like a risk to take the under because you're like betting on crushes or people resigning, which seems more risky, but I will take the under because it seems like a 50-50 and I have to distance myself from you two.
There we go. All right. And we usually have, yes, we do. Which piece will move the most this week between the knights and the bishops? Man, I love this one. So we're guessing two things here. We're guessing just a 50-50 shot between knights and bishops, and then we're guessing how many moves will be made. Man, that is such a hard number to predict, and in my mind,
I don't even want to use my brain here. I'm just gonna venture to say the knights are gonna move more, just because like bishops can.
They have to.
Talked about earlier, the bishops can control a lot of terrain with in one fell swoop, where the knights need to get here, and there. So, yeah, I gotta say the knights need to move more to be effective. Yeah, that's my bias coming out again, Chava. So. The chat, there you go.
Yeah, I like that Chava shout out there, and I'm actually gonna use some of Casa and by extension Chava's logic here and say I think a lot of these players are probably tuning in to the checkout show. Maybe that's wishful thinking, but I think they've heard how valuable late game bishops are going to be. So just by nature of the bishops being on the board longer and those knights being traded off, I think that the bishops are going to make more moves. And good God, how many moves? I don't even know ballpark, like what would make sense. But 96 games, maybe 20 moves a game, something like that. So I don't know. I'm gonna say like maybe 1,500 moves.
Yeah, you do that math, and I was never a mathematician, so I'm gonna punt on that.
That's a ballpark, though.
But may the odds be in your favor.
Shot in the dark.
Leave it at that.
What are you thinking, Aman?
Yeah,
I'm going bishops, hoping for a lot of opposite bishop endgames, and I'll say 1,269 moves.
Okay.
Whoa.
Similar ballpark. That makes me feel a little better. Okay. So when you hit next on this one, you get to pick which team you support in the 2023 Pro Chess League. We know who Aman's picking. I'm staying consistent. I've picked the ChessBrahs every week. And when you submit this, it's really cool. It gives you like a banner that you're able to post places when they play, to share on social media, whatever you want to do with it. So choose carefully. You get a customized banner when you submit it. And once you do that, you'll be eligible to win the giveaways for the fantasy component of the PCL this year, courtesy of chess.com. So you click that submit button. You are record it. You're in. You have a chance to win not only for highlighted messages in the chat during the checkout show, but also for participating in the fantasy sports component of the PCL.
It looks pretty slick.
Yeah, so go ahead and submit those, and we're gonna see what happens. I'm gonna likely be wrong again, but I'll get to enjoy some of the games, and it must be said, best of luck to the ChessBrahs this week, Aman, and it's been such a pleasure. Honestly, it's been so nice to just talk chess, chop up some of these predictions, get through some of the games, and really appreciate you joining us.
Yeah, thanks very much, Casa and Matt as well, for reaching out and telling me about. I mean, I knew about the show, but letting me know that it was a possibility to get involved and jump on myself. I now realize the Canadian ChessBrah result is important not only for the team, but for all three of our predictions. So it adds some extra weight onto this week's matchup. But that was a lot of fun, guys. I'm grateful you guys had me on, and hope the next episodes are just as successful.
Well, thank you so much, Aman, and obviously you know where to find him, ChessBrah. Do you have any days where you're commentating for the PCL this week that you could let people know about if they want to come check out your commentary?
Well, I know that Canada plays, our team, the ChessBrahs, plays on Thursday, I think the early match, so 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. So I'll be commentating that on the ChessBrah channel.
Perfect. Well, tune in Thursday, watch the ChessBrahs do their thing, listen to Aman break down the action, and thanks so much for taking the time. I know we had an extra long show today. I hope you enjoyed the chess action, the backstories with chess boxing and the whole deal. So thanks so much for being here. I'm gonna keep playing chess. We're gonna say goodbye to Aman and to Casa to enjoy the rest of their nights. Aman, are you still streaming?
I'm actually gonna sign off my stream as I kind of say goodbye to you guys as well on this call. I have a group lesson. We have like a little community of people that sign up for group classes in our channel. So I'm actually gonna go teach one of those classes. And I was about to ask you if you were gonna stay streaming. I'll send the people over there.
Oh, sweet. Yeah. Well, enjoy the group lesson. Would love to hang out with the other ChessBrahs. I'm going to be learning and playing with the Stonewall Dutch. So if that sounds interesting, come hang out. And we'll call it there. Y'all, thank you so much for being here. You guys are welcome to hang up the little Zoom thing we got going. And guys, we do this every week, covering the last week of PCL action. So come back, hang out with us next Monday. 3 p.m. Eastern is our target start time every week. We'll have a new guest for you and a bunch more chess to check out. So thanks again for being here. Thanks, guys.
All right, peace.
See everybody. Bye for now. See you, Matt. See ya, Casa.
Yep. See you guys. All right, team. We're gonna do a little bit of technical shuffling here to transition from the show overlays over to me just playing chess. So let's see how well I prepared for this. I there just as a heads up. So ideally we're on chat now. Okay, all right, we're pretty close. It wasn't like perfectly, like edit it, but I wanted to talk to you guys first while we pull up chess.com. So boom, that'll do. Hi, I hope you guys enjoyed the checkout show. What did you guys think? Did you enjoy it? Did you have fun? Let me know what you think of the format. Let me know your feedback on the snippets, how many games we show, the guests. Y'all, thank you so much, ChessBrah. Aman, I really appreciate you being on the show. And obviously you know where you're coming from, but !Aman is his socials. And the shout out is for Thursday. Check out the ChessBrahs with Aman doing the commentary. So again, thanks for the raid, and we're gonna keep playing chess over here. We're learning the Stonewall Dutch. I want to expand my repertoire for chess boxing. I always play the London, just like Aman plays the London, but I want to have other options for people that prepare for me, for people that maybe know how to mess me up a little bit in the London, or for people I just want to shake things up on. So that's the thinking. We are gonna do the daily puzzle first. So if you've already done the puzzle, no spoilers quite yet, but we will share the answer. So if you want to do it yourself, you can go ahead and pull it up now. And y'all, thanks for the follows over here. I appreciate that. And yeah, follow chat's on. That's just that's to reduce any potential I don't know, like spamminess and stuff. I prefer, follow. You can always unfollow, but if you want to talk, follow. And guys, !Discord gets you into the Discord to know who wins the chess.com giveaways. So !Discord. If you did enter in this this giveaway, if you highlighted a message in chat, I tally up all the entries after. I assign how many entries each person has, and then I go through like a random number generator, like a raffle style thing. So if you want a free diamond membership, you know where to come on Mondays for the checkout show. All right, so the name of this daily puzzle is "The Fork is Mightier Than the Queen." So that's kind of a giveaway. We're probably looking for a queen fork here. So I see ways to go ahead and challenge the queen. It is white to move. So let's see if there's a way we can get maybe this king to come into forking range. So if the king moves here or here, we're on forking squares with the queen. So I think we probably check, and then I think we get a fork. There it is. Nice and easy. So quick puzzle of the day, and we're going to get into some rapid style games so that we can play, we can practice our Stonewall. Cool? Good show of will to the other community. Oh, is that how it works? Sorry, I'm new to streaming. So how do I, truth be told, I don't even know how to turn off follower only chat. It's one of the things that I did on like day one. And I've just never changed. Can you show Evo bar and rankings? How do I do that? Yes, Titan Cloud. If you send me information on how to do that, I'm happy to. It looks like I can make this a little bit smaller, and then extend this to the side so you can see that. I haven't seen this kind of layout before. Kind of crazy. Okay, so he's extending it here. I think we're probably just going to play the French here. Hey, Great Pawn. LOL, all good. Yeah, bear with me, guys. I actually started streaming because of the Mogul Chess Boxing Championship. So when I got introduced to most of you and to Aman and ChessBrah, that was actually the beginning of my streaming journey. So it's been about 3 months. So I'm still learning a lot. But I love this kind of feedback because it helps me understand how to be a better streamer. So let's go ahead and we're going to put pressure on this d4 pawn. Totally cool. Is he going to slide in with his queen? That would be pretty interesting. Okay. So we have a pawn majority and we're gunning down this. I don't know why he did that. I don't think that's a very good move. When there's 60K people in here on the chess.com watch page, follower only was a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Fank. All right, so we're going to come and we're just putting more pressure right here. He's probably going to protect it again. We'll get some chill beats going again. Can you guys hear the music in the background? We do Harris Heller over here. We do the stream beats. So we were right. We want to keep putting some pressure on this queen. So one idea is to develop this bishop, right? He can trade it off, but he's having the same idea here. We're actually okay. We're gonna have a bishop pair late game, and he's still gonna have a tough time defending this, so we're okay with this. We're also going to be able to push this and open up this nice bishop. Okay, not happening yet. We'll go ahead and do this. The other nice thing about this is if he does trade here, now we're opening up some attacking lanes, right? We're looking at that back door. Yep. So he does go up a pawn in the short term. But we get that pawn right back. Let me just make sure we're not missing. I mean, I don't like this move, actually. So maybe let's do this. Offer the trade of queens. Because if take, we trade queens, right? I think this solves both problems. Protects here. What do I rate it? It looks like where does it say rating? I think I'm around 1300 in rapid. I know in ChessBrah someone did exclamation point stats. I think I was like 1350 or something. Why? I wonder why it doesn't have rating here. What, like honestly, I've never seen this kind of like layout. Usually like the names are underneath and then the rating is right next to it. So I'm not really sure what's going on here. I do wish I could see his rating points. And we can come back so we don't mess up our castling chances. And we're challenging this. Focus mode. Oh, interesting. Okay. Do we want to change that? What do you guys prefer? How do you prefer to view? These are our ideas. Focus mode, probably. Oh, okay. Opponent is 1321. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Frank. We might actually keep our king in the middle and then double up our rooks here. Is that better than doing this? I guess this gets us there a little bit faster. So this move's a little annoying, but it doesn't really do anything except for attack this. We can always swing over. He does have a check. I think then we just move right back here. And we're nice and safe in the corner. Okay. We probably want to shut down this check square. Actually, we'll keep it on the white square so he can't challenge our rook. So we're protecting the same spot. We're going to want to get off this dark square too, I think. Opening up his king more. We like that. And what's to stop me from just taking this pawn? Is this a trap? Or is he just bad? Titan chess, I learned when I was a kid, but I didn't play at a high level like some of these other guys. Until I started getting into chess boxing, then I started really studying chess, and that was when I was 28. So that was in 2018. We got to move a little quicker. We're behind on time. We do have, like, you know, the king is definitely in trouble here. I mean, we can swoop in here. I think we come right back here, totally fine. Okay. Probably going to take this. Discover check. Not ideal, but now, you know, now he's being challenged. We kind of have tempo with this defense. Titan Cloud says same. Are you into chess boxing? Okay, gets another pawn. We'll take another pawn too. And then I really like, I like this idea, as long as we can get our rook safe. Never seen it, but sounds good. Well, you've seen it with Aman, right? You're coming over from Aman's chat? So if we take... He can only retake with one. Right? He can only take one of these. So I think we do this. Although if we move up and he takes, we come back. And then we can come across. Oh, we can't do that though. We want him to move here, but he's probably going to move here. In which case, I think we come here. Wow. Okay, we got lucky. Or do we want to trade? He takes, we take. No, let's hold on to our pieces. Force this move. And I think we start getting this involved. I like this move more. Because maybe we can trade this off. That's really rough. We lose our, yeah, we lose our rook now. Big blunder! Ouch! Big ouch. Gonna be pretty tough for us to win this now. Let's try to shut down squares for this knight to go. More of a Gotham Knight type of guy. I just started watching Aman last week or so. Oh, cool. So new to the community. That's awesome. Yeah, this guy's definitely going to come in, right? And let's see if he messes up in the same kind of way. Do something like this. I mean, we'll just try to claw our way back here, right? Maybe we can promote a pawn. Okay, we're still shutting off some of his squares. This check is okay. We're trying to set up a fork to get his rook too. We are about a minute and a half behind, so I'm gonna have to move quicker. There's been a lot of new follows, so I'll just name the last couple: De Jour, Wally, Renfeld, Otzi, NR. Y'all, thanks for the follow. And Titan Cloud, thanks for being here from ChessBrah. Aman, again, I appreciate the raid. He's probably doing the group lesson thing, but yeah, we love this. I think if we get a draw out of this, we're really happy. So we're fine to do the repetition. Okay, he didn't let us do that. We have a check, but we can't do that. We have a check, we can't do that. Maybe we start pushing these. This also gives us a square for this. And if here, then here. Oh, we just gave up our... Man. Not a great first game. Probably should have warmed up more. We're just going for broke. What a bummer. Try to pull these through. It's probably going to trade, but that's okay. Actually, we're going to apply the lessons that we just learned and keep our pawns connected. I think we're okay with this. I think we just want to... Maybe we can draw this, guys. All right, let's see if he knows how to checkmate with a rook and king. Guess not. Move to where there's more space. That wasn't it. He needed to check me there. We play to the death. Mate. What? Why didn't you just do that? Okay, good game. Do we like this layout or should I switch it up? I guess focus mode is okay, huh? Rematch? Should we take another shot at him? Yeah, we won't blunder this time. What? Anamaya? Raid me? Little old me? Y'all. Thank you so much. We are in the process of learning the Stonewall Dutch. I don't know if this is a mood order because you got me all excited. What's up, Bowties Live? Welcome back. Bowties, one of our winners of the Diamond membership from the Checkout Show last week? 2 weeks ago? I think it was last week. Hey, Senti. What's up, Matthew94H? Hey, AAS Jeer. Yeah. I think we're sitting pretty over here. 2 weeks ago, that's right. Well, welcome back, Bow Ties. And Anna, thank you so much for the raid. That means a lot. I hope you had a great stream. Anna is Dutch. She can help. Anna, help me out. Teach me the Stonewall, the ways of your people. Please? Please, oh please? I like everything that's happening so far. I think we go ahead and castle here. With Casa, Josie, and Dina. Also Dutch? I know Casa's half Dutch. I think Dina is Russian and Israeli. Your boy, I always lose against the Stonewall. Too solid for you. Okay, good to know. That's why I'm learning it. I'm learning it for chess boxing. If you don't know what chess boxing... Oh, he's half Danish. That's right. Good call. Good correction. You're right. If you don't know what chess boxing is, check that out. All right. Let's develop this. We're coming here. Oh, apparently I'm a raider from ChessBrah. I came over to watch myself from ChessBrah because I had ChessBrah up when he raided. That's funny. Anna, how was your raid? Or how was your stream? Did you have fun? I like this. I know that's not really Stonewall. I think I go here. Just go here. How important is being comfortable with an opening and chess boxing? Super important. You want the first, like, depending on what you know, where you are, you want the first like 7 to 12 moves to just be automatic, because time is a really big factor in chess boxing. A lot of people flag in chess boxing as part of their strategy, so you want to be able to move really quick. All right, let's go ahead and do this. If trade, we go this way. What are the stalling rules in chess boxing? If a arbiter knows that you're stalling, you get a standing 8 count, just like you do in boxing. So it counts as kind of like a knockdown. And if you get the full-on warning, you can only have 3 of those in a round or 4 in a match. And that's similar to a knockdown rule in boxing. So they actually parallel each other in a really cool way. All right, we love this. We are going to... do we swing in now? I think we rook lift first, right? We come over here. We can also come back here. We want that to happen, and if that happens, then we just come right back. Okay. Punkcore, Yoda, welcome to the movers. Hey, LeBron. What's up, MF Silvio? Yo, welcome to the chat. Welcome to chat. Welcome to the movers. Appreciate y'all being here. This opens us up here. I think we're gonna swing this here. Then we have a bunch of attacking lanes. Whoa, get your arrows straight, Matt. Caught a glimpse of you at the ChessBrah channel with Casablanca. Does he still stream? Been a while since I've seen him. He's actually head of community for chess.com. So he co-hosts the show with me. He does not stream personally anymore. We want to do this. And then force him to trade this off. And then we're taking here. Would you ever consider getting into regular over-the-board tournaments? Wally, I'm not opposed. No. I think that sounds fun. Take. And then come in here. His king is not looking too hot right now. Do we go ahead and sacrifice? Do we remove one of these? That allows the bishop to get in, though. I think we just let it be slow. Maybe here? And then here? He can't take. He's going to have to move here. And then we move here and we just let him take this. And then we check. Anamaya also participated in the A6 challenge that Casa did. Okay, cool. How'd she do? Okay, I think we just let that happen, you know? I think we swing in here. I think we can do stuff even like check if he doesn't move. We're also looking at mate. We're also looking at sacrificing here. But we don't want these guys to be able to come in. If here, either here or here. I think she has COVID in the middle of it. Oh, ouch. COVID is no fun. I had COVID in January, and I still feel a little affected by it. Okay. I think this is when we sacrifice. Because if take, I think we have mate or close to it here. We can bring this in. We're actually equal in material right now. It's kind of crazy. Okay, so we get a discover check. And we get the queen. I feel like this is pretty good. There might be a better move, like a faster checkmate or something. But I think we're just straight up winning here. I would probably resign. Yeah, I mean, knight g6 is another good move. Yeah, brutal attack. Indeed. I think this is check. No, he can block. Do we want to do that yet? Do we just want to take the queen? Actually, do we have a smother mate? It's not smother, actually. So take, block, check. Can he stop that? I think this is forced. Right? Is this forced? Are we about to checkmate in the stone wall? Anna Maya, are you proud of me? The raid was just in time. Oh, he didn't let me finish it. Man. All right, well, this is what would have happened. Block. Checkmate. Because this shuts down all of... Oh, my God. What? Okay. I don't know what just happened. I think I just exited out of focus mode or something. So we'll just go back like this. Anyway, guys, that's our first one of the day. Woo! We love to see it. Let's see if he challenges me again. If he wants some more of that stonewall action. Wait. Knight g6 isn't mate. Why not? Queen take h7? Why isn't this mate? Because the rook is pinned. He can't take it. Nothing else can take it, right? I think it is mate. Knight g6 obstructs the rook. No, it's this rook. Oh, I see what you're saying. This shuts that down. Okay. So where are we going after that? Bummer. I guess we just come back here, get another discover check. He can't go there, so he comes back here. And then we get a check here, and then it's mate. Right? You have mate 1 for different reasons. Okay. Just take the rook. Fair. Probably just take the queen if we're just going for material. Regardless, I feel really good about that. I think we're gonna keep playing the Dutch. Let's get in here. Your instincts are good. Just calculate more precisely, and you'll improve quickly. Thanks. Yeah, I know I have a lot of practice to do. Oh man, we're back to the weird focus setup. Okay, I'll change this in a second. When things slow down a little bit, I'll change. I think we come straight into it, right? Because he blocked this. The only reason we developed this first is to deny that. Still learning this. There's a moment in the first game to look at, by the way. Oh, okay. Yeah, I would love to. Okay, so I think we come here and we try to trade this off. So now if he doesn't retreat, we win a pawn. I'm a little worried about this. Does this work, guys? Take, check, block. Do we block first so that the queen doesn't get the trickiness? We do this. Okay, we get checked. He doesn't really have many other weapons, and I think we just probably bring this in. And do we win it? Dead. I think he has to trade. Because if here, then here. But he can't move there. He can't protect in time. I think we just win this. Yeah! All right, let me fix this real quick. Maybe a hair smaller. I won! He just resigned after that? What's up, Great Pawn? Welcome back. Easy win, bow ties. Nice calculations there, figuring out the right path. Thanks, KD. Appreciate you, dude. And welcome. It looks like you were a raider from Anna Maya. How was her stream? Easy Bong Cloud? Yeah, that's what I was planning. I was getting my Hikaru on, that's all. He maybe saw what you're gonna do. Oh, is he watching my stream? Like, I got you, dude. You in trouble now. All right, new 10-minute. Cool. We got to do the Stonewall as black this time. G3 was important. Okay. He's playing real quick. Real quick like. I still want to transpose into it. We'll see if this works. I haven't done this before, so this could end terribly. Does it work now? I think I come here first. Try to shut down this. And if this, then this. I think now we do this. This is so scary. I don't know if this works. Great. I rated her for my stream. She was analyzing games from her big arena last weekend. Nice. Now we come here. Now we come here. Now we can take this, though. Ugh. Do we do this now? I actually kind of like this. If he takes, we just get a pawn wall and can castle. Is Tom here? I think Tom was here earlier, but he left. Great pawn. Okay, let's get this out of trouble. Oh, I should have taken this first, right? Let's go for this. Still protecting this. Pretty much has to go back here. Right? I think that's the only move. And then we can trade and win that pawn back. Those are my stats on the Discord from yesterday. Thanks, Grey Pawn. Yeah, we had a chess TV embed and played a lot of chess and then a little TFT, which is an auto chess. You see at least 2 more moves. That's probably one of them. We want to move this, but it has like no squares without trading this off. We like this square, but this is here. This is kind of a not so great situation. This doesn't feel good. This kind of traps my queen a little bit. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I just gotta move. That was a third one. Oh, you didn't see that one. Okay. I mean, this would be one. Did he blunder that? Oh, it's a discover. I can't really block it, can I? Ouch, man. Brutal. guy's tearing me up. There goes my rook indeed. What's up, Spawn Knight? Welcome to the Movers. C4 and B3 were other tricky moves I spotted. B3, huh? Why does that work? This knight's a huge problem. If here, then here. Do we come back to the starting square? Or do we just develop here? Maybe we have a check. Can we also just protect? And then threaten? We have to watch out for like mating chances and stuff here too, though. Check here. Okay, I don't like that. I don't like that move. Can we stop it? We have so little time. I think we just got to move quick. Tough game. So many pieces hanging. Yeah, for sure. There's so much to calculate. And my time is so small. I don't have any time. We just got to stop this check. I think, do we give ourselves an escape square? I think this is what we do. So check, and I just move. So we don't get mated, right? What do we think? Do we like our chances? I like my fighting spirit. Yeah, you know. Gotta do something here. If take, then take. Can we do something like this? To save ours? Yeah, Jack's attack. We're getting them. We need to move faster, though. Oh, my God. All right, here we go. We're moving fast. We got a blunder. It's not over. Let's go. Blunders give me so much energy, dude. We love blunders. Woo, buddy. Not over till I say it's over. That's right. Gotta keep moving quick, guys. Come on. Come at me, bro. Interesting. We're going right in. We're going in. He's got to come back and protect. I don't know what he's about to do. That doesn't work. I think he's going to try to stop it. How do we pull this off? Oh, 13 seconds? I'm so screwed, dude. I got in so much time trouble. I was not moving nearly fast enough. Oh, we had signs of life with the blunder. Man. Ouch. We thought way too long in that game. There was too many hanging pieces. It was too complicated for my little brain. All right, let's try this again. Do we want to poll or gamble points? Oh, that's a great idea, Chava. Yeah. Let's poll for win or lose. It's a 10-minute game, so a 10-minute prediction should go pretty well. And it's up. Maybe. We take this. I think we take and then push. Protect this again. 2K on, yeah? Jack's attack, believer. All right, I think we got into a decent position with all of our maneuvering. This bishop's an issue. Maybe we just do this. I don't like it. Well, we just trade it. Oh, shit. Mad Cat Boxers. Hell yeah. That's a dead horse. Oh my god, do we trap it? I like this move a lot. Oh, he's gonna come here. We're protecting the square though. We're just moving with a lot of tempo here. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. I like this move. Not anymore. Just try to double up their pawns, get this bishop off the board. Okay, now we need to stop this move. Maybe with a move like this. And then we can open up this bishop. Take. Okay, let's reinforce these two. And I don't think she can hop. We might come here. Never mind. I think we come here. Yeah. Okay. Ooh. Take, right? Check. Yeah, we definitely don't want to do that. I think we do this and go down the rook. Oh, this sucks. There's a lot to calculate. I think we just simplify here. Yikes. I would have gone this way. Challenge this. Man, we're getting spanked, guys. What's up, Bishop Blessings? You're just in time to watch me get spanked. I don't love it. Do not love it. Tom with his free points. Yeah. See if we can rally the troops a little bit here. This one rook is shutting down all the squares for my bishop. Ouch. 3,100. That's me. I mean, he captured this beautifully. I think this is game, guys. Sorry, believers. Let's go this way. Yeah, I'm like 13, I don't know, 40, something like that. Why are you laughing, Bishop Blessings? Do you think I'm not 3,100? So you'd be right. We don't want to connect the pawns. This is such a rough game, man. All right, I'm done. I don't want to play anymore. Boom. New 10-minute. Any primers? Kyle, plug in the primes. Kyle, for those who don't know, is my little brother. I'm liking the Stonewall better as white. I feel like I get into it more often. Shut down this square. Okay, that's fine. What's up, Grey Pawn? How old is he? Kyle, are you comfortable sharing your age? I'll let you do that. He is my younger brother. All right, so we fianchetto, which already kind of weakens his pawn structure over here, which we like. Okay, great. We like this. I think we just target pawns, right? Ah, I wish this wasn't here. Because then take... Oh, wait, I can still take it. Because if he takes, then I get his queen. So he's trading a bishop and a rook for a queen. Queen's not protected, right? Yeah, we can do this. Tactics! Got to join the Discord. Yeah, exclamation point Discord. Hop in. And I do it after stream, so I'm obviously not gonna like do all the counting and stuff while I'm still live. Goes without saying. Okay, take here. He can protect. All right, we're down like 2 minutes, but we're up in material. Okay, let's do this. What sports do you watch, Matt? I watch a lot of combat sports. I like UFC. I like boxing. All that good stuff. Great to hear about this PCL. Have a great stream. Thanks so much, Thunder Mullet. I love your name. Freaking awesome. What's up, Retro Dictions? Huh. Maybe that was the move. I don't know. I can't calculate right now with all these cool kids in chat. You make me feel things I've never felt before. I'm lost for words. Seems like you have some words. Any friend of Sir Aman Hambleton is a friend of mine. He should be a knight. I support Grandmaster Aman getting knighted. Let's protect and attack. Now we're threatening a capture here because he's pinned. Okay. Do we trade and just push our pawn advantage? I think so, right? Where's he weakest? I think we want to get over here. We get this one. We want him to come down here. Yeah, that's fine. Totally fine. He's not going to be able to get back in time. And we win. This pawn's annoying. Now do we have him? There we go! Victory! Believers win it! Oh, we did it. Believers! Woo! Probably took a little longer there at the end than it should have, but we take wins, you know? We take wins. No points with a prediction. Did we have a prediction? Or was that last game? Oh, did I blow it? Was it last game? Man! Sorry, guys. Might be. Alright, well, we'll start a new one. Let's get a prediction going on the front end of this one. Start prediction. Will we win? Let's do 15 minutes. Start prediction. Got it. Okay. How much I've been training? I'm more like shaking off rust than I am training. I don't know. I used to be rated a lot higher, and just like a muscle, like it atrophies when you don't play. So I'd say around chess boxing, I was, man, probably like 1200. And I think now I'm like mid 1300s, 1400, something like that. Oh wow, a lot of time just came off. I don't know how to play against this. Do we just keep it? I don't know how to play against this. I feel like this might be trouble. I feel like we just need to attack this, right? We saw this open F file, just like the... Boom! Peak Monk gifted a sub. Who you giving it to? Who got it? Back guy won. Cool. Welcome to the movers. All right, we're worried about this. So let's go ahead and come here. This is a problem. I think we protect this, and then when the queen comes in, can we do this? I think next move we're coming here. And then here. Peak Monk, thank you so much for gifting a sub. And welcome back, guy. Back guy, if you're in chat, send some love to our friend Peak Monk. Do we block here or with knight? I think we do this. I think we're castling this way this game. We're scared of this check. And this is pinned. Do we just get this now? No, because take, check. Keep playing patient. I mean, this is interesting to me as like a counterattack. Because when take, check. Oh, no, we can't do that. We can't let this fall. So I can protect it by coming back here. Danny Two Checks is a monster, man. Look at that. Look how intimidating he is. Checks more than twice. I'm going to be fairly upset with false advertisement. Me too. You better not, Danny Two Checks. It's a great name. Do we just move? I think we start simplifying now, right? We just need to play really patient this game. I know we're low on time, but I think patience will pay off a lot in this game. I know this is a little scary with our king really far out here, but I think we're solid. So now we're getting tempo, right? Come here. And we're going to attack this back door with all of our rooks and our queen. Really? Piece sacrifice? Okay. Interesting. If we move here, it's checkmate. If we move here, I think we have to move back here. So I think he can technically just perpetual check here. Can someone check this Danny guy's rating? I can't see it in this format. Offering queen trade. Can't read name too blurry. It's Danny 2 checks with the number 2. 1375. Okay. Thanks, Rifosi. Cool. We got a queen. See? These aggressive players, they always make a mistake eventually. Know what I'm saying? Peak Monk, what the Peak Monk, you're giving out 21 subs? Are you kidding me? Hold on, I gotta focus, dude. He just blundered a queen. I gotta focus. I gotta win this game. Then I gotta thank you profusely. Holy smokes, dude. All right. Play solid, Matt. Play super, super solid. Connect my rooks. Step 1, connect rooks. Peak Mug, what a beast! Yeah, but Holy Bananas is right. Everyone give a lot of love to Peak Monk in the chat. Matt Cat Hearts, all the compliments, everything. Wait, one off the goal. What the heck? Hell yeah. Okay. What are we doing? Let's go here. Oh, I'm less than a minute. Shit. All right, I'm focusing. We just want to trade, dude. We want to simplify and get to endgame. I want to move super fast. This is pinned. He can't take this. I just gotta move. Two checks. Son of a bitch. Peak Monk, thank you so much. That was all worth it. All of it was worth it. I feel like that's a win, even though it was a loss. Thanks for getting us over 100 subs, dude. Thanks for always being so generous in this community, in this channel. You're really helping us grow. You're freaking awesome. I can't believe that happened. I can't believe he blundered a queen. I can't believe we got 22 gifted that game. Son of a bitch. I think he only checked twice. True to his name. I think he checked more than twice. I don't know. What do you think? I think he got Pink Bug with another? Wit Fam 0297. Yo, I'm going to read these out. Who just got gifted? Piece of Fletch, Saberwolf, Eraser, No Name, By the Way, Mayon the Husser, Get Unalived, Von Helster, Banamble Offense, Refossi. Oh, Refossi was in the chat earlier. Bon Me Casts, Fufa King, Prizy Bizy, MD Knight, Zero, Biden Zek, Nakradziki, Cleavage. You made me say cleavage. Your Phobia 999, Stormy KBM, Batman, Isco, Just Plain Dan, and Mac Ianello. Oh my gosh. Y'all, welcome to the Movers. Thanks for being here. A Smith wants to play 10 minute. A Smith, are you one of the viewers right now? Holy cow is right. Holy cow is right. Thank you so much, Peak Month. Now we hit the sub goal. That's right. That is right. Boom. Look at that. 100 out of 100. Now I got to figure out a new sub goal. Thank you so much. You are a legend. I got to change my name. Why, Whitfam? Said I'm not having a good day. That's how it works. That is how it works. Oh my gosh. That was so cool. All right, I'm going to play A Smith real quick. Is this for rated? What is this? I just made it as a joke. Wit fam? Like witty? Does it come from wittiness? I feel like I'm really not doing too well with black. I feel like that's my main issue right now. Cause I just don't know how to, I don't really know how to do it. I accidentally closed out the music. I guess we'll do this. And let's bring back this. This song gets me so excited because I start stream with this song every time. So it gives me like that giddy, like, ooh, I'm about to step on stage kind of feeling. Wow, bringing the queen out. Okay. Interesting. I think we're gonna do this. Wait, a 400. Yeah. This is a loss. Yeah, I don't think he saw his queen get exposed by the pawn move. Know what I'm saying? Sorry, A Smith. And now we just start trading stuff. Go here, recapture this. Maybe come here. Maybe castle queenside. That's fine. like this move. What's up, Zorvi? Welcome to the movers. Let's just keep trading stuff off. If he retakes here, we get the bishop. Should we do another quick gamble for this game? No, this shouldn't be a gamble. I'm gonna win this pretty markedly. Oh, wait, let's do gambles when it's like evenly matched. Sorry, A Smith, if you're in chat. But I think he's just starting chess. You know, we don't want to take advantage here. I agree on same level or higher, then we can win big. Yeah, exactly. So he's got to move back here. Otherwise, when or he's got to move here. Okay, I get both rooks now. All right, let's end this. I think that's mate. Cool. Good game. That was unrated, thank goodness. We got some more offers. 12.23. That's pretty close to me. We can do a prediction on 12.23. Let's do Bunter. Let's do it. Start prediction. Will we win? Start prediction. There you go. Oh, is it only like 30 seconds? Sorry, guys. Hurry up. Get your predictions in. Okay. Whip fam. Good luck. Have fun. I guess I need to not talk as much. He'll know my thought processes. We are playing the Stonewall Dutch. We can talk about that. It's 15 minutes? Oh, good. Okay. Yeah. We have plenty of time to guess then. Tesla Porsche, welcome to the movers. Thanks for joining. $4K for the win. Oh my gosh, dude. Jack's attack, throw it around the weight. Getting the money in. Wowza. Okay. Might do this. Jax Attack. Tom's sleeping or working. I get lots and lots of points. Hey, how's your day? My day's great, Tesla Porsche. How's your day going? We just had something called the Checkout Show. We do it every Monday. We cover the Professional Chess League. And we're just hanging out playing some chess after the show. Doing our thing. Cool. We'll take that move. If here, we scoot back. And we like this outpost up here, you know? Oh, he took me. Okay, got a really nice pawn chain. Oh my gosh, dude, I'm getting so many challenges. No more challenges, please. All right. Well, you may get some back today. Who knows? Anything's possible. Oh, Peak Mike, did you actually lose all your points? Was that during the TFT betting? It had to have been, right? All right, now he's got a bunch of weak pawns. And we just go on pawn scoop up patrol. I'm like 1,300 or so. I think we're only up a pawn. So the game's still really close. He's playing really well. He's threatening mate. We're just going to play really calm. We're just putting another line of defense in here. So I think he moved this and now he's moved it back. We're just getting a little bit of tempo. Interesting. Okay, he wants to open it up. Yeah, I think we'll actually... Do we double up? I think we actually double up here. So that he doesn't take. Because we can cause some problems for him if he takes. Whip fame is about to pop off. We'll see, Peak Monk. Oh, you bet against. Aiming to lose since the opposite of what I want, what I bet happens. Aw, Peak Monk. That's so generous. You're like Drake, man. Anyone you bet on ends up losing. Okay, let's take now. That is cool. I mean, he just had a pretty good move. So now he's up a pawn. He's up a point. So Peak Monk, you might get those channel points back. You never know. We're gonna keep this really strong pawn chain, and essentially this bishop's like off the board, right? He really can't do anything. Okay. It's fine. And nice and easy. We'll just come right back here. Hoodoo1! Welcome to the Movers. Thanks for the follow, dude. Hope you're having a good day. Cool. I think we jump in here now. Matt, can we play a match after? Which one are you? Great pawn. Have you already sent an invite? Because I have a bunch of invites right now. And now this piece essentially stays here forever, right? Like he doesn't have any pawns that can push it. It's called an outpost. So he just controls a bunch of squares. And until he figures out a way to like get around, like I'm gonna have plenty of time to protect my pawns. But... And I probably want to do the same, like attacking these two pawns back here. It's probably gonna battle's gonna be over here. We want to protect this back pawn, because that's the only one that's weak. All the other pawns protect each other. Now he has to make a decision if he wants to trade here, or if he wants to let me get entry into his king. And we are trading my like relatively good bishop for his pretty bad bishop. He's going to trade it regardless, but... Alright, he's going to keep it. Maybe we keep ours? Nah, we'll take it. And then, yeah, let's come here. No, let's come here. I actually think we come off. We start to get our king involved, just like he's getting his king involved. Yep, totally fine. Ooh, H file. All right. We probably want to come over. Yeah, no worries. 40 seconds. Yeah, it's load time. You got it, buddy. Still in this. You've played really well. Oh no, your queen. That's that load time pressure. Good game, dude. Yeah, great game. That was fun. You did really well, Bunter. AKA Wit Fam. All right, Great Prawn, did you want to play? I'm Win Chess. Okay. I don't have a challenge from you. Yeah, really well done. Wit Fam, good game. There's Win Chess. All right. Let's do it, dude. Good luck. Oh, we're playing. Okay. Ooh, we have 1,966 followers. And 1966 is the year that both my parents were born. Pretty cool. Don't mess it up. I'm just kidding. We'll probably pass it at some point in the next 10 years. I might deviate from my Stonewall this game. Let's try this. So we just have a little sneaky step up in development. So that queen was defending your knight. And now I think we're completely fine trading here. It's okay. There might have been a mouse slip. I think I missed you, Fishy Taco Jr. I like your name. I want a fish taco. That sounds delicious. Boom, boom, boom. Gotta go take care of some business. Yeah, you do, Chava. Like a boss. You take care of that business. Welcome back if you're still live when I'm done. Have a great stream, movers. Thank you so much for being here, Chava. Thanks for bringing the good vibes as always. Appreciate you, dude. One of the day oneers right there. Okie dokie. Good game. This square was shut off because of my pawn. So can't go here because of rook. He's in check. Can't move here because of rook. So I'll shut down. Good job, great pawn. You're getting better. Got to later game this time. Good stuff. All right. We have someone rated higher than me that just challenged. Are you in chat? Sataku? Sataku is rated 1462. So we're due to play someone better than me. And I'm happy to lose and learn. It's the name of the game. So we have a pretty symmetrical position. Just with the pawns, actually. Not with the power pieces. Interesting. We just wanted to shut down that square. And then if here, trying to attack this, we defend it. We jamming. We got the castles, same turns. Amazing how often that happens. Matt Cat Jam. Wait, do we have a jam? We need one. Peak Bunk, that's a great idea. Sataku, are you in stream? Am I playing someone that's in stream currently? We wanted him on this square, like, the whole time. Really good square for our knight. And then if trade it, you know, trade back. We actually just want to kick this this knight. This is a very different Stonewall Dutch game than I've ever played. This is a good learning experience. I'm definitely gonna review this one. It's gonna be a good square for his knight. Trying to assess this. I'm worried it just opens up our king way too much, though. We want to remove that knight. Coming up on 5 hours of chess, guys. Thanks for hanging with me all this time. Pretty cool. Pretty cool that chess can hold attention this long. It's always a game when I was young. I was like, I had like a shorter attention span. I couldn't focus for as long, but this feels pretty good. I like this. Okay, he decided to initiate the take. I think we got to take here because this is still protecting this. Okay, so we're protecting both of these. This is protecting. This bishop's not doing too much right now, but he's a good bishop for later because all these pawns are on white squares. So maybe, you know, maybe we come back around, see what happens. All right, his bishop's getting involved. Start repositioning our queen. I'm curious where he's going to put this guy. I think he probably just wants to connect his rooks. Maybe lift. All right, we want to liberate our bishop now because our bishop can get more involved with the game. So if he takes, you know, our bishop gets some utility. And if he leaves it there, then we get to break up his pawn chain. It's a pretty good move. If we take, he takes, he has an outpost that challenges our rook. So I think instead we actually... we just set up here. That's totally fine if he challenges that. I think we actually take here. Then do we have an isolated pawn? Do we protect instead? Take, take. Then he can take our rook. Yeah, so we have to take. Okay. Just got 1107 in puzzles. Congrats for crossing the 1100 threshold. It's awesome. I guess he's trying to trade off my bishop. Here he takes, we retake. I think he's just trying to simplify. We have him take on our terms. Do we give him an entry on the white squares? I guess he can move here. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, let's make him do it on our terms. When is the prediction done? Oh, we don't have a... I don't think we have a prediction. Oh, choose outcome. Oh, wait. For this one, I did win, right? Did I win or lose? It is over. We don't want him to come here. I'm pretty sure this one was a win, right? I'm pretty sure this is where I got the late game comeback checkmate. This was a duh. Good job, guys. Congrats. I need focus though. He's trying to get in here. This is a little scary. I'm a little scared. Sure is. I think I peaked, no pun intended, around 1200 before I started stumbling. Ain't easy at first. 1200 is good, peak monk. Good job. So if he tries to break here, I mean, we take. It's a really interesting game. This was tricky, man. It's a good game. Chess Dojo Live! Thanks for the raid, dude. Appreciate you. Welcome. 16 new friends. Come hang. Chess Dojo Live. How'd you find out about the movers? Boom! Peak Monk gifting out some subs. Appreciate you. Let me finish this game. We're almost done. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize it was that low. Son of well, that got down to the last 10 seconds. I feel pretty good about that. Peak Monk always gifted subs at real opportune times, my dude. I'm just kidding. I'd rather grow the channel and learn than get a little win over a 1476. Although I feel really good about playing a 1476 to the end game and being up material. I feel really good about that game. Good game, mate. Funky opening. Got me out of prep early. Yeah, thanks, the Crouton. Appreciate you giving the challenge and then also playing me to endgame. That felt really good. Yeah, funky opening is the Stonewall Dutch, which is I'm practicing. I'm practicing that. I'm practicing how to do that. Chess Dojo Live. I really appreciate the raid. And Peak Monk, you're killing it, dude. You're absolutely killing it. Unfortunately, the original Black Pepper beat you out last week for gifted subs, but today starts a brand new week, and you are well in the lead for another Hall of Fame mention. And you already have 3 Hall of Fame mentions, because you're a beast. So thank you so much for the generosity. Get some Matt Cat hearts in the chat for my dude Peak Monk, and tell the Crouton good game. I think that was probably the best game that we've played on stream, just in terms of like back and forth, pretty even, getting all the way to end game, all the way to timeout. Feel really good about that. All right, guys, I feel pretty chessed out, so I'm gonna give you guys an option. I'm gonna do a new poll. I'm gonna say end stream or TFT. I can play one game of TFT if you guys want to. So this is going to be live for a minute. Get your channel points in to vote. Starting poll right meow. 60 seconds on the clock. Let me know what you would rather do. Should we end the stream here, or do you want to watch some TFT? Get some votes. Vote it up. Let me know how you're feeling. What are you thinking? Joe Smells in the chat. What up, dude? Joe Smells, his keyboard is permanently on caps lock, if you haven't met Joe Smells before. And we love him for that. That's all good. Matt APM, welcome to the Movers. We are deciding if we're playing one more chess game or... I'm sorry, not one more chess game. One more TFT game which is Team Fight Tactics, which is an auto chess. It's very similar to chess, but just like more going on, more dynamic, a little bit more entertaining to watch, but a little confusing if it's your first time watching. But I'll do my best to explain it. Or if we're gonna end stream, because we've been live for over 5 hours. Over 5 hours, so 70%. We're saying end stream. Okay. All right. Well, message received, guys. You want to get rid of me? That's fine. That's fine. Whatever. All right. We're going to kick it over to Anna Cramling, who is up for Best Chess Streamer, along with Botez Live, Hikaru, and Gotham Chess. If you haven't voted for that, let her know that you support her or whoever you support. That's fine. We're going to pop over and say hi to Anna. Go say hi to Anna. Anna's so nice and sweet and cool. We got to hang out at the Chess Boxing World Championship. Not World Championship, the Mogul Chess Boxing Championship. Because she was the Spanish commentator and I was English. So we got to hang out there. She was awesome. Thanks so much for the good vibes this stream. Peak Monk, as always, the generosity is insane. Thank you so much. And thanks to all the new follows, new movers in our community. Love y'all. Exclamation point Discord. If you want to pop over, join our Discord, let you know when the next stream is. We do have a sponsored stream tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. With Skillshare. We're going to do chess first, and then we're going to do Skillshare. An hour of chess, unadulterated. We're doing more Stonewall Dutch. So with that said, go say hi to Anna. Hope to see you tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. Later, guys.